Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the Storybook Cottage. We are very much still in the process of moving, and if you're new to the channel, just a little bit of background. I am moving out of my fairy tale house of 32 years and into this Storybook Cottage, and I'm bringing you guys along with the decorating, the re-landscaping, the moving out, the decision-making process, everything that is involved in moving from the fairy tale house to the Storybook Cottage. And it's been so much fun, very frustrating, very nerve-wracking, but we're having a good time, aren't we, Stuart?
We are, and welcome everybody as well.
Yeah, we have so many new subscribers.
So many, thank you guys.
Yes, thank you for coming along for the ride. If you have not subscribed, please do so. If you are subscribed, please make sure that you hit the like button and turn on notifications. And right now, Stuart, behind you, we have a great big trailer with some guys who are getting ready to unload some stuff. But I digress. Today, it's all about the infrastructure for the outside. You guys knew I couldn't be inside for too long before I would have to start thinking about this blank slate of a garden. So we've got lots in store for you today. Well, sometimes people have regular moving vans, and sometimes they have friends who have horse trailers, especially in Oklahoma, that help you move a bunch of things. Fortunately, we've been very, very lucky that we didn't have to move all at one time. We have been able to do it over a course of weeks, and that has made it easier. Though I will say the downside of that is it also is kind of like ripping a Band-Aid off slowly. And every time I do anything in the fairy tale house, I think, oh, this is the last time I'm going to be doing this or that. But we've got a lot to look forward to in the future, so I can't stay sad for too long. Beginning with thinking about this landscape. So it's all about doing the infrastructure first, which to me means trees. And as you can see, this is very much a blank slate, and it's time for me to think about incorporating some investment trees and a little bit of privacy as I'm up here on this hill, or as the neighborhood calls it, as the historic preservationists call it, a rolling terrace. And I've got to keep that rolling terrace intact as I do my landscaping. Now you'll notice up and down the street that there are some, well, a number of trees right along the street itself, in between the sidewalk. This is an extremely walkable neighborhood, which is one of the things I love about it, between the sidewalk and the street. And then there is a sidewalk perpendicular to the traveling sidewalk that goes to the street itself. And that is where I'm going to be placing my first two trees. Stuart, let's come down here. Now, one of the things I am doing is I am replacing some trees that had been here in the past. I don't know what they were. I don't know anything about the history, but you can see that there is a stump here. Maybe these trees succumbed to Dutch elm disease, or maybe one of the many ice storms or windstorms that we have here in Oklahoma. I really don't know, but I want to finish this wonderful line of trees. And I want to continue that effect of a tree-lined street and an alley, a series of trees in line in front of my house. And as importantly, because I think it looks very truncated here and very cut off, and I want it to continue to the street. So the first trees that I'm going to have installed, hopefully later this week, are two Nuttall oaks. Now you may recall, if you've been a longtime viewer, that I have a Nuttall oak along my drive on the southeast corner of where my property sits in my driveway. I have a Nuttall oak there. It was named after the famous, I believe he was a botanist or explorer, Thomas Nuttall. If I can find out some information, I'll let you know. But it's a wonderful, wonderful tree that is drought tolerant, can also handle wet soils. I have to have an oak tree because, of course, I had my magnificent Shumard oak at the fairy tale house. So I want two to flank either side of this sidewalk and also be kind of a natural portal up to the cottage itself. And you can see the door has blown open. So it's it'll be very welcoming. So I'm going to do that here. The other thing that this is going to do, it's a triple play. It's going to give me a sense of privacy. I will keep them highly limbed up, so I'll never feel as if it's claustrophobic and overgrown. Like my other ones, I will keep them beautifully pruned and limbed up so you feel like you're walking under a portal as they mature. It will finish this allay and it will very beautifully frame my house. Plus, it will give some shade. Now down here, it's time that I start practicing what I preach. As I said, these trees are drought tolerant. So like everything that we plant in Oklahoma, drought and a lack of moisture is a consideration. So in addition to these being drought tolerant, this area right here, this has a combination of, I believe it's Bermuda, maybe some zoysia grass, and this is going to have to be, it's going to need some good grooming. There are some divots in here. It looks like some kind of vehicle drove over this corner. I obviously have to be careful about utilities, but this grassy area, it's going to be taken care of. We're going to top dress it. We're going to kill out any weeds that are overwintering. But this area is not going to be irrigated. So I'm going to have to be really mindful about keeping these trees watered while they are in development and getting established. Initially, we'll probably put some of those ugly looking gator bags on them, which are water holders, water vestibules or vessels to keep it moist right at the roots as it's setting down what are pretty deep tap roots. So Nuttall oaks, one of the reasons that we think of them as an enduring tree and an investment tree is because oak trees put down deep roots and broad roots. So I think these are going to be maybe 6-7 feet tall. I'm not sure exactly what we found, but I think they're going to be beautiful here. And immediately, if you can visualize them being here, immediately you will feel as if I have a little bit more privacy and also something of a windbreak. Because one thing I've discovered about this corner is it's pretty breezy, isn't it, Stuart?
It is, just like that guy breezed through the stop sign.
Yeah, just breeze through the stop sign. So it is, he breezed through the stop sign, which is not a good thing because this neighborhood is such a youthful, vibrant, young neighborhood, lots of kiddos playing. So that is my first pair of sentinel trees that I will plant right on either side of the walkway. And Stuart, let's make sure that we plant some information about Nuttall oaks. They are appropriate for Oklahoma. I have a history with them, a very successful history in growing them. So I think they will be a very good addition to this house. Now, the other thing, so how long over the years have I griped about all the squirrels?
Forever.
Okay, but then you only miss something when it's gone. So
Yes.
I'm not going to have a lot of squirrels here because I don't have really many trees. So the Nuttall oaks will bring me some of those squirrels, but they'll be far away from the house.
I knew you secretly liked them.
I secretly liked them. That's a love-hate relationship. I will create great big wells around the tree itself that I will keep mulched and very, very tidy. And then I'll just keep this groomed. So this grass may go dormant in the summertime. Definitely it's gone dormant in the wintertime. I will not overseed it with rye or anything like that because I want it to be an extension of this wonderful alley of trees and this wonderful passage down my street. So it will look exactly, hopefully very well groomed, but it will look very similar to the other streets on this tree because when these neighborhoods were first found, it was all about differences in the home styles, but consistency in the way the topography was. So let's go to our next set of trees. Stuart, you're laughing.
I'm laughing because you said all the streets on this tree.
Oh, all the streets on this tree?
I think it's what it was.
Okay, all of the...
you said it with confidence, so I just I didn't even
I sounded
catch
confident?
You sounded
well,
like
there
that
you
was
go.
It. That was
all
it.
the houses on the street will be different, but all of the topography and the placement of the trees will be very similar. Did I say it right
Perfect.
that time?
It didn't even make me laugh
I
that time.
I have verbal dyslexia. What can I
man.
say? So I think it will be very, very pretty, and you can see my little sign, Mesta Park. This is my historic neighborhood that was founded in 1902. Let's go to the next tree that will make an appearance. Well, I'm not sure who asked, but somebody asked me what kind of shelf liner I'm using. And I am just using this Glowman. It is kind of ridged, it's non-slip. I'm getting it in the 12-inch, and then you can get it in various lengths depending on how much you need. But I'm putting this stuff down practically everywhere. It's pretty easy, it doesn't stick or whatever, and you can wipe it, it's washable. So for whomever, those of you who asked, I am using this kind of ridged, washable shelf liner, and we will make sure to give you a link. Well, this is officially, other than lots of planning that I assured you, John, has already been done, this is the first real segment that we're doing about my new garden. And I'm starting with what I consider to be this property's infrastructure, some of the trees that are already on site, and this is our first initial step. So let me introduce a buddy of mine. This is John Johnson.
Hi.
John, we were trying to calculate how long ago
30-something years.
Yeah, 30-something years.
Yeah,
So that's how long he has helped me take care of my massive, sweet oak tree that I'm sad to leave. He has helped me out of God knows how many ice storms, wind storms, and like I say, I have worked with these guys for so many years, so I trust you implicitly. But the other reason is that when there is a disaster, which is not infrequent in Oklahoma, you guys are some of the first to call me, aren't you?
Correct. You're always the top of the list.
Always the top.
You're always the top of the list.
I like being at the top of anybody's list.
You got us in your back pocket.
Let's talk about what's going on here. I think when you start out, John knows this about me, I'm always pretty conservative.
Very.
Always taking into account safety first and then beautification. So in conjunction with my landscape architects I'm working with, you guys know my friend Roger, John, and Kayla, we identified 2 trees that I know I want to take out right away. Now, I don't want to offend this hackberry, but this is what you and I sometimes refer to as a trash tree.
Pretty much.
It is serving no real good purpose. It's not very healthy. It could potentially do damage to my fence, and so it's coming down completely.
Correct.
And because of its proximity to the fence, you can't get a stump grinder in here.
No, the gate and everything, the gate's too narrow.
Right. So for practical reasons and also cost-effective reasons,
Correct.
we're not going to use
we'll
a
just
stump
take it down
grinder
to the
here.
stump and
Right.
About right
about ankle high somewhere around there.
These right now, and these are, what kind of cedars are these?
Good question. 6 cedars?
And probably,
I don't think they're arborvitae.
Yeah. Oh no, they're not arborvitae. They're some kind of cedar, maybe
Yeah.
just commonly cedars.
Just like red cedars.
But these, they may, in my ultimate plan, go. They may stay, but right now they are one element that's giving a little bit of privacy to me. And since the backyard is my first or my second priority, my front yard is the first priority. These are going to stay for right now, but they are going to prune out this dead wood. They're going to elevate the canopy a
Yes,
little
raise
bit.
the
And
canopy.
that's another reason to have a tree guy in your pocket, because anymore I don't really have to tell John what to do. He knows instinctively what I like. If there is a decision point, we will collaborate on that. But typically he pretty much knows what I want. So I can shorthand say, clean this tree out, and he knows exactly what I'm talking about. So that's another reason to start nurturing these relationships right now. Trees are coming down, but trees are going in. So this juniper that is, or cedar.
No, it's a cedar.
Cedar that's like the ones
Yes,
in the back.
in the back.
It's leaning.
Leaning tower piece.
Yeah, the entire thing just isn't, it's green and I like that, and it's a tree and I like that, but other than that it's really not doing its job. And so since this entire area is going to be rethought, this tree is coming down, and this one you will use a stump grinder
Correct.
on.
Correct.
So that I will have easier access to the soil below and re-landscaping all of this. And talk a little bit about when the optimal time for both tree removal and tree trimming is.
With tree removal, you can do it any time of year. Any time of year. And we're actually in a region here in the United States there, there's a lot of trees you can trim any time of year, except your fruit bearing trees and your nut bearing trees, because it interferes with the product. But your maples and your cottonwoods, your sycamores, there's a lot of sycamores in this neighborhood here. You can trim them anytime.
Okay. And there's
Anytime without hurting them.
And there's no sap rising right
Nope.
now. Anyway, I would say that for me, the optimal time to take down your trees is in the winter, because there's not the danger of it crushing any landscape that is
Right.
that is fully flushed out below. But that's more of an aesthetic decision rather than a horticultural one.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Very good.
And right now you don't have anything in your yard, so it don't
No,
really matter.
no.
You hadn't started yet.
No, we are,
We're
yes, you guys are starting. So thank you, my friend, for always having my back. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I know you do.
Thank you
And
guys.
Appreciate you too.
Thank you.
yes.
It's always fun to arrange a new closet, especially when you have just the right accessories. And a friend of mine gave me these purse hooks that I can suspend or hang all of my different bags and totes, etc. from. And I had not heard of such a thing, but they are great. And I will try to find a link, because I think you might find them to be really helpful too.
Well, I guess it's official that we're really moving, Stuart, because Amazon Prime is starting to drop off packages. Yeah, you can't hide from them long. So this is the third area where I'm going to install some trees. This is one of the locations that somewhere in this video, either before or after this section, you'll see where we took down one of the trees. There used to be a leaning juniper right here. And it hurts my heart every time I take down a tree, but this one really needed to go, both for safety purposes and because I wanted to put something in this area that I think would be a lot more attractive and a lot more beautiful. So this tree was one of two that came down, in addition to a gnarly old damaged hackberry in the back. Now there's going to be, again, if you have followed me for any length of time, you know that I love layering. And for me, probably the ceiling layer, the top layer is always the trees, i.e. the bones of the garden and what I consider to be its primary and primal to its infrastructure. So at the bottom, at this sidewalk area that leads to this staircase, I'm going to plant 2 maples, 2 October glories. Now this is a tree that I have used at customers' homes and clients' homes, but I've not used at mine. They're a brilliant, brilliant tree for Oklahoma. They are drought resistant. All of these trees grow moderately fast, as much as 24 inches a year. And again, I'm going to have them on this street on the corner, flanking this passage up to the east side of the house. Now, my placement for these is based on a number of different things. I've noticed that on this side of the street, there's lots of beautiful sycamores, but on my side of the street, there's not a lot of trees, or again, they may have been damaged and come down in the past. Instead of planting the sycamores, I'm going to plant these October Glory maples. Now, I always kind of go back and forth between Autumn Blaze and October Glory, but October Glory has a bigger leaf, which I find more attractive, and I just like its leaf form a little bit better. These will, depending on which specimens I get, will be more goldish or red. I'm hoping primarily red, because I think red and gold here will look beautiful with the Caddo on the corner and then the two dark green Nuttall oaks that lead up to the front door. So this will be my first layer as I proceed to landscape this space, adding different layers as we go up. Again, this area, this strip here will not be irrigated, so I'll have to really be mindful of keeping them watered while they get established. But I think they'll be a beautiful addition, providing much needed color, much needed grounding for this corner. They will anchor this corner, but also much needed and much appreciated shade for the hundreds of people who walk by in this very walkable European-like neighborhood. Stuart, I am a tree. Very specifically, I am a Caddo Maple. I am a Caddo Maple that is one of the trees that I have growing right now at the fairy tale house. It's the one that is right outside my window that I often reference in the fall when it turns gold. It is just like growing sunshine, and I absolutely love it, and I wanted another one here. Now, Caddo maples are a sugar maple that are native to parts of the Southwest and southwestern Oklahoma, and so I know that they can do well here. One thing I know about them is while they are drought tolerant, they do require really good drainage, something that my friend John, the landscape architect, reminded me of as we were planning a lot of these additional trees to place into the landscape. I'm not sure if this is a utility stake or if it is a surveying stake, but whatever it is, definitely when these trees are installed, we're going to be mindful of all utilities. Right now, I don't have to worry about any irrigation lines and their placement because this area will be irrigated, unlike the street side portion. But there's no irrigation in place. That will come in subsequent to our putting in and installing the trees. Now, Stuart's going to show you an amazing picture of Caddo maples. They are such a beautiful, beautiful tree. Again, they're sugar maple, so they have that brilliant foliage color in the fall. Mine that I have is mostly golden with some red tinges to it, and it's magnificent. The Nuttall oaks will turn kind of an orangey red, but it will be a nice contrast, I think, from both directions. So there'll be a green canvas against which the gold can play in this direction, and then there will be a gold canvas against which the green can play from that direction. In either case, I think it will be really beautiful, and it will, most importantly to me, not only give me a sense of enclosure and some privacy, but it will be a little bit of a windbreak, and it will also be a magnificent focal point, I think, for this corner. Do you agree, Stuart? I think it'll be beautiful. So this will make me happy. Again, I will keep it pruned up high and beautifully thinned out so it isn't so subject to wind damage. Now, does it concern me? Because this is on a very exposed corner, and as I look down the street, Stuart, if you want to point down that way, you can see that many of these old growth trees, like mine at the fairy tale house, have experienced and suffered lots of damage from ice storms and windstorms. And again, there's a reason there's not a lot of mature trees on the prairie, but it's also one of the many reasons that I gravitate to these old historic districts. Now, I think it will be fine here. If you don't try it, you don't know, but I think it will be absolutely beautiful, a wonderful Caddo Maple, sugar maple to anchor this corner, which is the southeast corner of my property. Now let's go on to the next area. Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the Storybook Cottage, aka my new house. And you can see that we are really in the midst of it. There is chaos all around us. For a while, Stuart, I was able to keep up with the influx of boxes. In other words, they would come in, I'd empty them, then more would come in. Well, that ship has sailed, and right now I am surrounded by boxes that are hollering at me, telling, saying empty me and help me find my rightful place, which I shall do. But today what I want to focus on is not the chaos, but some order that we've actually established primarily in the great room. And I've invited my friend John Turman back because he's going to help us address some of the questions that we had about setting up that room, the placement of the TV, a number of those different kinds of questions. We're going to go through those one by one. So let's get started. So let's go back to the great room and answer some of those questions. But the number one I think decision point was where to place the TV. And it really was kind of a collaboration. The right answer seemed pretty obvious once I read through so many of your comments, and I consulted with John, and we're going to discover where we ended up putting the TV and the rationale for it. But first, I want everyone to appreciate that my island is clutter-free, and it has remained pretty much clutter-free, hasn't it, Stuart?
Yeah.
Since I moved in, because I have put the fear of God in anyone who dumps their stuff. Even Stuart, when you walked in, you said, I'm going to put my camera case here, but just momentarily.
Yeah, so it'll only be there.
Yeah, just momentarily. Okay, so Stuart, come on, let's go around the corner. And this also helps people know how it kind of all fits together to the great room where my buddy John is waiting. John
Hello again.
Turman. Hello, sweetie.
So good to see you.
It's good to see you.
In this beautiful room.
I know it's kind of coming along.
It is.
But before we get started, so many people have wanted to know about you, John, and if they want to take advantage of your services, your designer services, how do they get in touch with you?
Well, the easiest thing to probably remember is that my email is john@johnturman.com.
Okay, and that's Turman.
And thank you for saying that. Yes.
Yeah. And the other thing is, John does large-scale projects and everything, but he also, thankfully for me, does smaller-scale projects like mine. It's more of a consulting.
I do. I always say I'll hang a picture for somebody if that's all they want, and do a whole house, and I travel to do my work, and it's been amazing how that's worked out. But there are lots of different ways to engage me, and I've even done things just online. So where I never went to the house.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So if somebody sent you images or whatever,
I had
you
a
can
client
help them.
who was building a new house in Texas, and she needed help with her finishes and her plumbing selections and all that stuff. And so she would shop and look online, and I would do the same, and then we would have a video call and talk about all these things. And anyway, it worked out really well.
Yeah, there's so many different ways.
There are.
From
There really
a
are.
very small granular scale to a very large scale. So I just wanted to answer that question before we get into the long list of questions, solutions that some of our followers had, and how we worked through the decision-making process, I think, together.
Absolutely.
Because there's no, as you and I have often said, there's no wrong idea. There is just the one or two that are right for you.
That's absolutely correct.
And so I give all of you guys out there in YouTube land credit, and you John, for helping me see the light.
Okay.
So let's get started and reveal the placement of the TV.
So if you guys remember, when I was here before, I kind of thought maybe the best solution for the television would be to move it so that everybody could see it from anywhere you sat in the room.
Right.
And it was this wall right over here. And the bookcases were over here originally. And so we had this long discussion about all that. And I think you were maybe on board, but not totally.
Right.
And so what was really cool about all the responses that you all gave was that everybody had an opinion. So we went through it and came up with a list of things. But overall, this did kind of win out, I think, didn't it? And the important thing was just to try it. Yeah. So, and so I got a text the other night that Linda and Jamie had done this, and I'm so excited to see it, and we're excited to show you.
Like I say, I think sometimes we have the luxury of being able to try things, and to the extent you can try different things before you commit, then that's a good idea. I also shared with you that we're not really huge TV people, and this actually was in a study that my husband had upstairs. I think it was used maybe a handful of times.
Really? Okay.
So I was surprised when we moved it in here how much bigger it was.
Well, it is big, but I think it's an appropriate size for the room. And of course, once you hang the art and around and all this and keep the, get the table styled and all that, the TV does just kind of disappear. And my whole point is that you shouldn't have to move something to watch it. It should just be there. And you also don't want it to overpower the room. And there's enough other things going on in here that even though this is a large piece, I think it will disappear when the wall is covered with art and you don't see it when you walk in the room. So, and when you do want to watch TV, all you have to do is sit down and turn it on. You're not moving something or lowering something or raising something.
Exactly.
I mean, there were a long list of ideas, and many of which were great.
And who knew? Right. And I love the fact that you guys really thought outside the box.
Yes.
Because I tend to be kind of formulaic in how I think of things, and the fact that you guys really thought outside the box about not just this room but other rooms, I think is just a wonderful thing.
It is. It's been fun.
It's just really a wonderful thing. But you came up with, because trust me, John, I think, read, and there were a lot of them. Who knew people had such strong feelings about TVs?
That's true.
But John went through every one of them, and he came up with some different options that people shared, and how we went through each one of those options. But before we start that, I want to briefly talk a little bit about the inspiration for this room in general.
Yes, that'd be great.
Because you had asked me about that earlier. Well, like I say, before we get started, you'd asked me what my inspiration for this room was, and I think it's kind of twofold. My husband and I spent our honeymoon in Tanzania.
Oh, how cool. I love that.
Yeah, on a 3-week walking safari in the Selous Game Reserve.
Okay.
And it was one of those trips of a lifetime, and I have to share.
I know, that's an amazing picture of Jamie.
Isn't that an amazing picture? He looks just kind of like very Hemingway-esque.
He does,
don't
absolutely.
you think? And then Stuart, we may have to put up some of these images. We've got us in front of our pup tent and in the savannah, and we have some wildlife pictures too. So we love that trip so much. And also I think it's kind of informed by the fact that, my son Johnny lives in Singapore, and I love that kind of Eurasian, African, that whole thing, kind of inappropriately called British colonial.
Right.
But I really love that, and it's kind of the fusion of different cultures. And then secondly, I think because my husband is just short of an anthropology degree from SMU, and he loves archaeology and anthropology and Great Plains Indian culture and all of those kind of things. So it's kind of a fusion of those two.
Which is very successful. It really, that works to put that all together, and it's going to make a very comfortable room.
Yeah, I think so too, and comfortable for us. And then, I love Serena Crawford.
Yes.
You and I are both fans of her work, and it looks very Serena Crawford to me, and it kind of just feels like a hunting lodge.
But it's really just going to look very Linda Vodder.
Well,
that's what we want it to look.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's so nice. Okay, but enough about that. Enough about the aesthetics. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty of the practicalities of TV placement.
Okay. So a number of the ideas, and they're all great ideas, so I don't want anyone to take offense on any of this. They just weren't right for Linda's room or for Linda and Jamie. But as you know, we talked the first time about having a TV on the arm over in the corner over there. And I think everybody pretty much agreed that would be the first thing you saw when you walked in the room. It would look like a gym or a spa or something like that.
And of course, that was my suggestion. Yeah. So definitely my bad. And can you imagine this?
Oh no, it would be horrible.
Behemoth.
It would just be horrible. And the furniture, your neck would be turned, you would be turned. The only place you would be able to see that is right here. And that just wouldn't have been great. So, and then people mention, using, which has been done lots of times, using carts for TVs that you roll in and roll out, and TVs on arms above the fireplace that you lower down. Well, all of those things require work when you get ready to watch TV. You want to be able to come and plop in a chair and just hit the button and it's all there for you. You don't want to have to move any cabinet doors or lower something off the fireplace. This new, I think it's sort of new, this bracket that goes over the fireplace, it actually pulls out and drops it down. Well, I will say, and I hope none of my clients are listening to this, but the ones who have it never push it back up.
Right.
And it just looks horrible. It's just not,
Yeah.
it functions, but really doesn't. Right. It doesn't work.
Talk a little bit, if you would, about why, because instinctively you think TV over the fireplace, there's an outlet there. It would just be so kind of convenient, but talk a little bit about why that was not the solution for us.
Well, in here it would have been too high, really. I think you would have been looking up all the time. And from my standpoint, and I think yours too, it truly would have been the first thing you see when you walked in the room. And that's not what you want to see. The fireplace is beautiful. That's really one of the things that drew you to the room, into the house. Yeah. So you don't want to have this competition with the TV. And so anyway, and I just think that, people talked about using armoires, and of course we did that quite some time ago. That became a really big deal. And I've always felt like I was sitting and looking at an open closet when I was doing that. However beautiful that might be. Again, people don't tend to close the doors, or the insides of the armoire weren't finished well or styled or something like that. Well, it just never really quite works. So
the other thing that really was very important to me, that really stuck home with me, is that you said it was a great opportunity cost, because yes, I could have the TV up there, but at the cost of not being able to have that fabulous Shapiro painting up there, which should be the focal point of the room, not a piece of electronics.
Yes.
And so again, no right or wrong answer, but for me, and because so many of you talked about neck strain.
Yes.
See, I don't
lots
watch
of experience.
TV that much, so I don't even. Okay, so lots of neck strain. But the thing, I am more aesthetically driven, and so when you pointed out the opportunity cost of not having a piece of fabulous art up there,
one of your prime places for seasonal decorating and all the things you do. And if you had a TV there, you just blew that, so it just wouldn't work.
Exactly. Okay, so now go on to some of the next things you guys brought up.
I think we got all that. Oh, and one of the things too that we and you and I both thought was interesting was that the bookshelves themselves. People talked about splitting them, taking them apart, building things in between them.
You know what? Let's go over to the bookshelves.
Okay, let's go look at that.
So for people who haven't seen them.
So for one thing, in case, I think there was a question about this too. The bookshelves are in fact in 4 pieces. So yes, that would have worked to split them. But one of the things that would have happened had we done something like that is we would have created a very similar situation to the way the fireplace wall works architecturally.
So let's rehash a little bit, because some people had suggested that we divide 2 and 2, and we have them flanking each side of the TV. And excuse my furniture, my furniture polish. A great focal point for any room. But had talk about that. So now explain.
And then people talked about either building a table or a shelf or even another piece that looks something like this. All those are great ideas. I will say too, that always, I think when people say they're going to build something or have something recreated, that becomes more of an issue than you would think. I mean, it seems simple
and more of an
it's very expensive generally. And then getting the finishes to match and all that sort of thing. But I just feel like this would have been too large and too much like the fireplace wall had we left that over there and tried to do that. And then the other thing is, I think these are great bookshelves, and I would hate it to have diluted that. So I think they do need to stay together. I think they need to stay dark. And and I hope we'll show you as you come back into this room, they don't overwhelm the room at all, and they do create a nice balance.
They're relatively shallow.
Yeah. Oh, and there's lots of room right here now behind the sofa.
Yeah, and let me address a couple of things from an aesthetic standpoint, because some people said, all of this dark furniture against the white. That's exactly what I want. It's the white with the contrast of the dark furniture that very much gives me the aesthetic that I want, and also that I think is appropriate to the strong light of Oklahoma, and so I think it's not only African, Eurasian, or whatever, but I also think it's very Oklahoman. Some people also commented on the fact that these don't sit perfectly, straight. Well, that's something that can be rectified easily with a shim, or with something that we just haven't gotten around to yet.
But in the meantime, they just look like antique bookshelves, so it doesn't matter if you see a little of this. And,
they're not antique, they're reproductions. But we had them in my other home. But again, I didn't want in any way to dilute the drama of how they all look together. For me, not for maybe for some of you, but for me, I really like the impact of seeing them all together and the backdrop that they provide.
Right, I agree. I think this is very successful. So I'm really glad you did this, and I don't think you're going to move it back. So
no, I don't think so either.
I really don't.
Yeah, well, once we did it, my husband was just going, "Okay, that was duh." That was just like duh.
Well, and it made the room. First of all the furniture came in a little closer into the room, and it feels much cozier. And you're not too far from anybody to talk or to watch the TV, or it just feels better. And then it created a lot of space back here, which I think is going to be the opportunity for your mudroom.
Yeah.
I really do. I think
before we travel down and pull on that string a little bit, let's talk, if I can even remember. Stuart, do we have images of what it looked like before?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, because for some of you, you may just now be joining us and you don't necessarily know historically what we're referencing. But when we first moved in, we had the bookshelves on the TV wall, and over here we had that long groaning board table, and I was thinking incorrectly that the TV would be over the fireplace or in the corner. So then, before I made any kind of big commitments like that, I brought in John, which is another reason to hire a decorator for making big mistakes. Again, you can use people on a large scale. I have my strong opinions, as John knows, but we work. And somebody also commented, "Oh, Linda, you know what you want. Why even refer to a decorator?" Well, because I'm not a designer. I mean, I'm not a decorator. I have, I hope, pretty good taste, and I have an idea of what I like, but in terms of scale and things like that, I am not. Likewise, you also are a good gardener, but you nevertheless, when you do things at your Spanish bungalow, you consult designers about the exterior of your home, even though you're a very good gardener.
And I absolutely have opinions about it, and we don't always do what they suggest.
Right, right. But it's very much a give and take, and it's like a mutual brainstorming, I think.
And that's what I was going to say. I think that's important to don't just think of a designer as someone who comes in and tells you what to do or does it for you. Right. They really are listening to your ideas and just talking you through it and making sure that's really what you want to do. And sometimes, I or somebody else may have another spin on it, or just some icing on it that makes it better. Well, and it's just something you didn't think about.
The other thing is, and why it was so helpful for you guys to comment so much, and please do comment and subscribe and hit the notification button, is because what I like about it is it's mutual brainstorming. Yeah. So we talk about things, and Stuart, before we got started filming, we were talking about different things about the coffee table. Yes. And you were saying this and this, and then I said, oh, but this and this. And you ultimately came around to...
I'm on Team Linda on that one.
Yeah, and ultimately you said, but it was through the process of walking through the constraints, the practicalities of it, the navigation of the room, that optimal solutions, very personal signature touch solutions become obvious to you. Don't you love friends who remind you of the brilliant things you've said in the past?
I do, because I'm so bad about not remembering things like that. And then when you say it, I'll know. So tell me what it was.
Well, I think it is, I have said it so many times in garden design, and then you put it in the context of interior design. And a lot of you were concerned, and you talked about the glare from the big picture window on the TV during the day. Well, the brilliant thing you said was you make design decisions based on the time of year or the time of day or the context in which you use that
Absolutely,
space.
you do.
So this space during the day, unless my family's home or whatever, probably won't be used a whole lot. Since we've moved in, it's only been used at night. We light a fire. It's real, or maybe very early in the morning. Neither of which time did we have the TV on, but we do like to watch a movie or a documentary or something at night, at which point glare is not an issue.
Right.
So while for many of you that might have been a constraint, for us it wasn't even a consideration, and I didn't want to make a long-term decision based on something that for me doesn't exist, or was a short-term consideration, people being here during the day watching TV.
Well, and it still may be that as you've lived here a while, you may want to do a screen shade on the window, just because there may be other reasons you want some of just for privacy sometimes.
Yeah.
But I agree with you that, and we often do, and I think we said this before, we make design decisions based on something we do once a year, or maybe even not at all. We just think we're going to do it. It's really important to live with your space and to see how it's going to work. And I don't even know. Do you even know what happens if you turn the TV on in the daytime?
No, because I've never turned the TV on in the daytime. So it's not, but you know what? I still want to talk some more about this room, but that's a nice segue to a lot of comments people had about another room. So we'll come back here, but let's go to that other room and address a lot of input we got.
Okay, that'd be great.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to our channel on Garden Inspired Living. Stuart, we're glad to have him here, aren't we?
Yep.
And if you are a new follower and you haven't subscribed, well, consider doing so. If you've been viewing for a while, give us a thumbs up and let us know that you're liking the content that we're putting out. And of course, share it with others if you think they might like it as well. It's been really, really busy around here as I continue to try to get moved in and get things whipped into shape. Today we have all sorts of projects to give you updates on. I've got some trees planted. I told you that was going to be the very first thing that I wanted to get installed, and I'm thrilled. So we got some trees planted, and we're going to go over proper tree planting techniques. I also have incorporated this absolutely fabulous lattice work. It might look familiar to those of you who have followed my channel for a while.
I can maybe show them a picture of it.
Yes, it added a whole new dimension, a whole new textural quality, and more importantly, a whole new degree of privacy to my fence in the backyard. This just got installed yesterday. There are a few appointments we still need to make on it, but nevertheless, I think it looks great, and I'll show you a little bit about that installation process. And then we'll go inside a little bit because I have lots of things coming in the mail. I think we had some rugs and a few other things like that, Stuart. And anyhow, it's just life unfolding here at the new cottage, and I'm glad you're here to help unpack it along with me. Let's get started. Well, I always have a question of the day for you, but today I'm going to answer a question that so many of you have had about this door that is on the side of my house. Now, I misspoke last time and I said this faced west. Well, my brain was getting ahead of my mouth. This actually faces east, which is why it's going to be the perfect spot, the perfect exposure for the hydrangeas, the azaleas, all sorts of those southern living plants and encore azaleas that I want to put in this area. But a number of you have astutely noticed that there is a door here. And since this door is on the east side, you're saying, does that go into your bedroom? Does it go into your bathroom? Where does it go? Well, it is actually an architectural vestige of the past before they remodeled the house. And so it's just a phantom door at this point.
A phantom door.
A phantom door. Now, and some of you also commented on the steps that come up this way and, you know, cracks in the concrete. I'll address that a little bit later. But what I love about this, even though this is a door to nowhere, there's a couple of considerations. Remember, so many of you have had some really on-point observations, but please remember that I am in an historic preservation area. So I am very restricted as to what things I can do to the exterior of the house. And believe me, there is no way, because of the exterior, the original exterior, that I could just decide to completely brick this over and get rid of this door without jumping through years of historical preservation's hoops, I am sure. The other reason that I don't want to get rid of it is because it's a wonderful little focal point when you're walking this way, particularly because I am going to design it as such. So I think I'm going to grow a rose up and over it. Stuart, I don't know if I've told you that.
I think I knew this.
But I think I'm going to grow a rose up and over it, probably start it from both sides, so hopefully it will meet in the middle. I would actually like to put an awning over it. I don't know if I'll do that or not, again, because of HP considerations and because it might be something of an obstacle if I do grow some roses up it. Then I'll have some statuesque right here, evergreens. I've got 2 pots here. I don't know how well they're going to do, but I planted about 50 bulbs in each one of these pots at the last minute. So I would have a few tulips in bloom. And then there will be other landscaping along the side, some of which will hide boo-boos in the concrete like this. And then originally I had talked about planting some maples down here.
When you say here, where are you pointing?
I am pointing
at the street?
Yeah, at the street,
Okay.
the sidewalk that comes up these steps.
Make sure I can tell, that's all.
Yeah. And originally maples, and then I thought through that some more, conferred with just a number of different people, and I decided on 2 fruitless ginkgos that will be there and maybe won't have a root structure that can really upend the sidewalk. So that's a consideration right here. And this is not a passageway that gets used very often. So the fact that these steps are steep doesn't bother me a bit. And I love the fact that it will be a focal point up this way, and it will be a wonderful little vignette in the area. Something else that I want to comment on a little bit as we walk around to the tree, Stuart.
I can hear your voice echoing off the houses.
You can?
Yeah.
So many of you have commented on my concrete windowsills, and apparently because in some instances the contrast is really high, it looks as if they are bright white, and you're wondering why I don't paint them a different color. Well, they're concrete and they're part of the house, and I just can't do that. So as they age a little bit more, it may be the angle of the sun. They won't look quite so white, but I think, but they really, in real life, they don't look so, they just don't look so
bright,
contrasty and bright and white. Yeah. Thank you, Stuart. So let's come down here right now. By the way, there will be flagstone and a gravel path that goes around to the back, but that's all to be addressed later. We're doing this in phases. And speaking of phases, before we get to the trees, Stuart, a number of you have asked about this walkway and the porch. So I think I gave you a status update on the red color of this porch before.
Oh, coming back to the porch, sorry.
Coming back to the porch.
I wanted to give them the long view.
I'm moving ahead of you, Stuart, I apologize.
I just wanted to give them the long view.
And it's being painted red, and we're making progress in power washing off the red, but some of it is being extremely stubborn. So we may have to sandblast off the remaining red or use maybe even some kind of chemical paint remover. I'm not really sure. We'll stay as organic as we possibly can.
I think I remember using, I don't remember what it's called, but on something I used an organic, really good paint
It really
remover.
worked?
Yeah.
Okay, that's our question of the day for you guys though. If you know of something, one of my friends was also telling me about a product, but I just have not gotten to that, but I will. The other thing that really concerned a lot of you was the cracks in the walkway. And my thinking on this has really evolved over time. And it goes without saying that it's very expensive to put in a new landscape with an irrigation system and trees. And as you well know, it is not an inexpensive project. So the expense of laying new concrete was a real consideration, and I don't want it to stand out like a sore thumb. And even though we'll try to match the color to the existing concrete on the sidewalk and the pathway, that's still a consideration because it's got to age. The other thing is that a lot of the side sections where it meets up against the turf, that can be obscured, particularly on the steps. That can be obscured with some plantings along the edge that will spill out. Hi. Just seeing what's happening. Good to see you, Janie. We're shooting a video. This is Janie Dupree that many of you have seen before on our channel. I know, aren't they great? Tell Bill hi. Okay.
That was awesome.
So if you haven't, go back in time and see. We did a garden video with my friend Janie, and
We'll put it at the end of this.
And we'll put it at the end of this.
There's perfect timing.
Yeah, perfect timing. Believe me, this has been a very busy corner. Everybody wants to know what's going on, and we've barely started. So at any rate, I will have plantings that will cover up some of the boo-boos and the chipped concrete and such along the edges. And the other thing is, I thought it would be fun in these cracks to put in some new soil and to plant some like creeping thyme and some violas and some self-cedars. And because I am a person, as you well know, if you follow me any length of time, that I find beauty in imperfection.
That's me. I like it. I like the cracks.
But I ultimately decided that it would be easier to do it now than to do it later. So this stretch here will be replaced. But it will be scored and everything, and I can do this along HP guidelines because it will be just the way it was. We're bringing it back to the original. And Stuart, remind me, I need to give you a shot. I found a picture of this house when the entire front was completely overgrown with shrubs. Well, if I can find it quickly
What year
enough,
was that?
we'll put it in the video. I just found that the other day.
No, I mean, what year was the photo from?
I'm not sure.
Interesting.
But over the year, you know, this house was built in 1900, so I'm sure it's
A couple of years ago.
Yeah, it's evolved, but there aren't necessarily a lot of pictures to way back when.
All right, trees.
Okay, so trees, finally. I always, but
Hey,
I know you guys,
diversions are
it's
good.
so hard for me to answer all of your comments.
So this
and
is
I
how we
want,
do
but
it.
I do want you to know that I am reading them, and this way I can collectively answer your questions without ignoring you, but in one fell swoop. Now I have to tell you, we had a little break there because I had a big old piece of hair out of place, and Stuart told me about it, and I put it back. For all of you out there that worry about my hair, I have cowlicks. I have no control over them. And if I'm out in the wind, there's just not much we can do about it. That's just real life. But the trees are installed. I think they're absolutely beautiful. And you know what, Stuart? I think we need to show everybody how we got to this.
Did y'all know Linda was a professional videographer?
Yeah, well, I don't know about that, but I did
you're better than you give yourself credit for.
I did take lots of footage of what went down when we got these installed. 2 Nuttall oaks here and a maple on the hill. Let's take a look at it. Well, every day is kind of like Christmas when you've moved into a new house and you need so many new things for the particular spaces and dimensions of this house. One of them being lots of runners. So I got this one off of eBay. Here is one of my frustrations and a question of the day. Do you guys get as frustrated with shrink wrap as I do? On every level, on the fact that it's the nature of it and it's unbiodegradability. So I'm opening this. This is the first time you guys have seen it. Hopefully I will like it. Hopefully it will look good where I want to place it. Okay, this is interesting. I've never seen this before.
Is that a mouse pad?
What are those are I don't know what those are. They look like some kind of, are they knee pads or something? Okay, this is a hand knotted rug. So anyhow, I'm going to kind of see where I'm hoping to put this in place. If it's the right dimensions, a lot of times the dimensions won't be exact, and sometimes my measurements will not be exact, but I've got a couple of places I can use this, so I felt pretty confident in going ahead and getting it. And one of them is going to go over here in front of my sink. And once I get it into place a little bit later, Stuart and I will show you if it worked and if I like it. Oh my, I'm so excited. I'm working in my office and I just looked out the window and I'm seeing my trees coming. In fact, they're knocking at the door right now.
Oh, these trees are really beautiful. They are bald and burlapped. And today it's supposed to get up to 70. It's kind of windy. But I am hoping that these trees will help mitigate some of that wind that comes up on my corner. So it's the 2 Nuttall oaks and an October Glory maple that are going in today. And these guys at Cityscapes, Cityscapes is who I've worked with for years and years. And my friend Kayla, who owns the company, knows exactly what kind of trees I like. And kind of what, sometimes if I'll say low branching or something like that, she knows exactly what I'm talking about. So look at how straight and beautiful those trunks are. So we're marking the spot of where the trees will be. They'll be in a line with the other trees on the street. And one of the reasons that trees are or some streets are no longer lined with the same type of trees is because when you put all of your eggs in one basket and then that basket gets sick or infected, like Dutch elm disease or something of that nature, then you not only lose one tree, but you lose the entire tree up and down the street because one tree will infect the other. Now, these are long-lived recommended trees for Oklahoma. The 2 that we're putting here on either side of the walkway are Nuttall oaks, which is one of the trees that was growing at my other home on the driveway. And they will make beautiful shade trees over time. They're going to be planted far enough away from the sidewalk and the street that they shouldn't disrupt with their roots. We have gotten confirmation from everyone, utility companies, et cetera, that it is all right for us to do this. And I'm hoping that, again, these will provide something of a windbreak in addition to being 2 sentinel trees that will frame the entrance to my house. And these are the very first things that are being installed here. So I could not be more excited. So we'll make sure to really dig big holes, prepare the holes well. get them well watered, and we are doing this at a very good time, I'm hoping, because we've got an 80% chance of rain tomorrow, so hopefully this will get them nestled in. And then a little bit later, I'll probably come back with some transplant solution. So Kayla is making sure right now that they are both exactly equidistant, and she's taking measurements both from the sidewalk, between the sidewalk and the street, and then also the distance from the entrance to my house and the distance to where the trees will be planted. So they are literally marking the spots, because I want as much symmetry as possible and as much replication of the cadence of the way the other trees on the street are planted. So I'm standing at the corner now, and you can see how beautiful it will look. At one time, there were trees in that spot, and over time, I don't know what happened, but they succumbed and they died. So we are basically replacing trees that were there historically in the past. And it really is very obvious, I think, when you walk up and down this block, this is on a corner, that there seems to be a big void there. You could tell that there needed to be trees there, and that there probably once were. So this will finish the alley, or the line of trees that are along the street. And I think it will not only enhance my home, but it will really enhance and beautify the street itself. So I'm not mic'd up, but hopefully it's not too windy out here. I'm here with my friend Kayla, that you have seen before. I've worked with Kayla, and she was the one who sourced these Nuttall Oaks and the October Glory Maple for me. So Kayla, talk to me a little bit about what the provenance was of these trees. These are Oklahoma grown?
Oklahoma grown, central Oklahoma.
Okay.
From a tree farm in Lexington, Oklahoma. They were dug, ball and burlapped for us.
Okay.
Right before the hard freeze, and then they healed them in to keep them from freezing out.
Okay. Explain healed in for people that don't know.
Well, for a lack of better words, after they got it in the burlap for us, we needed some insulation to keep it from freezing out. So they just took big piles of dirt, mulch kind of mixture, and poured it on top of the root ball, and kept insulation on it.
Yep.
So that we could get through the hard freeze.
Yeah, because it was a pretty bad freeze. And actually, I'll insert an image here, because I did the same thing with some boxwoods.
Correct.
that I am going to be transplanting in the past, because they do need insulation, but it's kind of like fake planting.
Yes.
Like temporary
Above ground planting.
Yes. And now, because it is windy here on this corner and in Oklahoma in general, you're going to be staking these trees.
Correct. It'll get 3 stakes. We prefer 3-inch round wood stakes.
Okay.
Over the metal.
Okay.
Aesthetics is one reason. And the other reason is metal is real hard to get out of the ground.
Yep.
And when it's time to remove them, and the wood stakes will actually deteriorate, so that we don't
Over
leave
time.
an air pocket down here next to the root ball that will allow air to get in it after we remove it, causing too much air to get to the root.
Right, and the roots then grow into a void.
Correct.
And so you don't want that to happen. So that is also good to know. And then we've got the guys are over here working right now on the maple, and we carefully planned this timing, did we not?
Yes. Rescheduled 3 times?
Yes, much to my dismay. But typically in Oklahoma, I always like to plant trees in the fall or in the winter, so that they get their root systems established before the heat comes in. And winter planting tends to work well for us. Correct.
And most people don't understand, but it's not as dangerous to the tree if you plant it while it's dormant. It gives it time to get settled.
Yes.
Because through the digging process, that tree is going to settle a little bit. And when those roots do start coming out in the spring and it starts budding and growing, those roots have a place to grow where they're not too deep.
where they're not too deep. And we'll talk a little bit more about that once we get these trees into position. But the other thing where our timing, I think, was crucial is it's supposed to rain tomorrow.
Absolutely.
So if it rains tomorrow and it's a good soaking rain, which hopefully it will be, that will nestle.
That's right.
That will
It'll
nestle.
allow them to go ahead and start kind of settling
Yes.
into place right where they're going to live.
And putting out root growth, not top growth.
That's
put
right.
all its energy into establishing itself
Correct.
in the root zones. And they are being as careful as they can with the root ball, because we in no way want to disrupt the root ball if possible. Precious, precious root ball. Okay. Kayla, I will talk to you again a little bit later as we're ready to actually get them in place and in the ground.
Okay.
Now, truth be told, this part always makes me really nervous and requires a lot of strength and a very strong dolly. And strong backs.
Well, it takes a lot of shoveling, a lot of strength, and a lot of manpower, not to mention some really good tunes to keep you entertained, to plant a tree so that the hole is wide enough and deep enough to accommodate the root ball. And actually, width is more important for most trees than depth. I've got my tree experts here. Kayla, number one, what are we doing?
Right at the moment, he's just adding a little bit of water to the bottom of the soil, loosen it up, and it'll put a little moisture on the bottom of the tree, make it just a little bit easier to kind of settle and start packing. While you don't want to pack it too hard, you do want to pack it in just a little bit for stability purposes.
And this will also help those new roots, by having moisture down in there, start to penetrate the subsoil, encourage, as you said, more stability. But the other thing is, even though hopefully we will get some rain tomorrow, if we go into a dry spell, there is deep moisture.
Correct.
To encourage deep rooting. Now, people are going to ask, explain the rationale for the shape and the size of the hole.
Okay, so most people want to dig the hole round, which is the way the root ball comes. But what happens when you get a round hole, the roots, when they start penetrating the burlap and growing, they hit that hole that's round, and that root it has nowhere to go except for in a circle. And so it causes girdling or curdling, sorry. And typically you will see trees wrap in 2 or 3 years and they start dying back, and you don't know why.
Yeah, and I can speak from experience. That happened unbeknownst to me because it was covered up with some liriope, and it started to girdle to my Caddo Maple, and I then had to go back and take corrective root pruning measures. But right now, so the square hole will then allow it to kind of defy the bounds of the circle and go out into...
Correct. It'll still hit this hard wall, if you will, but instead of going in a complete circle, it's going to come up here, and it's going to have more room to grow laterally instead of just in an automatic curve.
In soil that's been loosened and is more friable.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, the other thing is, let's talk about, I know the recommendation is to not add soil amendments in our Oklahoma clay, but you and I, in our personal experience, we have found that it is beneficial to add a little bit of amendment. So describe to me what we're doing here.
Okay, so this is clay that has come out of the hole. We've dug it out. When you start backfilling with just this, you're not ever going to get it to mesh, right? When you're packing it. So it's going to leave air pockets, because when that goes in the hole, it's not going to go in like that. it's just going to go in with a shovel and it leaves an air pocket.
Yeah.
As you water it, that air pocket gets bigger, right? Allowing too much air to the roots, causing other issues down the road.
The root is growing into just an empty hole.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. So we took the native soil out of the hole and mixed it in this form of the native soil with just a cotton bur compost.
Okay.
So now you've got good, dark, rich soil, and we don't have those big chunks anymore. We've got smaller, manageable chunks that as you are backfilling and packing, two things are happening. You can pack it and get the air pockets out. And when I say pack it, we're not packing it real hard.
Right.
We just want a nice
Remove
snug
the air
fit.
pockets.
Correct. And then as we're watering it, as the tree comes in, the water can penetrate this, break it down, fill those voids, those air pocket voids with this, and now we've got a good, nice, stable bed for our tree. And it helps us stabilize that tree to where maybe we don't have to put stakes on it.
Yeah, and feed the soil. Though we are going to put stakes on it because this is a windy corner.
Correct.
But the other thing to point out is we're not giving these trees just a diet of the good stuff, you know, and spoiling it. And then when it reaches the confines of the big hole, all of a sudden it's like trying to put out roots through concrete. We are giving it just a little bit of help and oxygenating that soil a little bit better and creating more friability and more air pockets for them. So this hole,
and one more thing about this, before we get too far away from it, a brand new tree going in the ground doesn't need a lot of immediate fertilizer because it's not actively growing right now, right?
Right.
The roots are not. This is going to slowly break down and become a natural fertilizer.
in an organic way.
Yes, correct.
And sometimes you and I have also put just lots of leaf litter and things like that in the
Yes.
hole to help out. Now, let's talk a little bit about the rule of thumb for the size of the hole. So this is what, 1.5 times?
Okay, so this is 1.5 times wide, based on the measurement off of the root ball. The root ball measurement height from the ground up, we're at 21 inches
Okay.
on the root ball. Our hole is approximately 18 inches.
Okay. And the reason being,
When you're putting in a tree, especially of this size, we're putting it on virgin soil.
and virgin clay
And
soil
virgin
with very
clay
poor
soil,
drainage.
Yes. That tree, the weight of the tree is going to cause our soil to compact. And when it compacts, we need to make sure that we are not above our root line.
So the flare will actually not be buried. The root flare of those top roots will be at the very surface.
Correct.
Okay.
And then over the course of, time, 6 months, a year, depending on water, content in the soil, it will finish out right at the level we want, preserving the very base of the trunk so that it doesn't get too wet and rot out.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the size of this tree, and these are in terms of what are called calipers,
Calipers.
which is the diameter of the trunk.
Yep. So approximately 6 inches up, it would measure 3 inches around.
Okay, so this is a 3-inch caliber tree, which is a pretty large tree.
Correct.
And the reason for me is I want a tree that won't look too small in comparison to the others, and because I'm not getting any younger, so I want a little bit more maturity to my tree, and also I want more of an instant windbreak. So share a little bit about cost information. I know it depends on so many different factors.
A lot of different factors, but the cost of this tree to purchase it, in this size, getting a tree as tall as what we are, tax and all, we're under $300 to purchase the tree.
Okay. And that then you pay for installation on top of that if you're not the one.
Correct.
Yes.
That's right. You've got installation, you've got a little bit for the soil amendments, But bang for the buck, health of the plant itself, the larger it can be when it goes in, the better success you're going to have coming out of it.
Yeah. For if you do good soil prep, other people would say the smaller the tree, the better, because it's easier to prep for a smaller tree.
Easier to prep. Yep.
So, and these are beautiful Nuttall oaks, and it's important to spec exactly what you want. And I told you I wanted 2 trees that were as symmetrical as possible in terms of their profile, their height, their everything. And that's very important if you're working with a landscaper, to specify exactly what you want, if not going out and picking them up yourselves. So any other tips that we need to share? We are going to stake them. We're going to give them, it's supposed to rain tomorrow.
Correct.
But if we go into a dry spell, we will put some gator bags or donuts.
We're using donuts.
Donuts, okay.
And I've got them. We'll put them down after the rain. We want Mother Nature to do her job.
Yeah, do her job. Now, obviously, I don't like the look of the stakes or of the gator bags, and hopefully Mother Nature will benefit us with lots of moisture, but you do what you need to do to get things established.
Correct.
And your due diligence. And this is not unlike how they do it in some parks or wherever where they're planting trees of this size.
Right.
Okay. And then
another thing that is pretty critical to our new trees is we don't want to trim them a whole lot when they're brand new.
Okay.
The first year we don't want to hardly trim on them at all. If we have a broken branch during travel or planting, obviously we want to clean that off. But a lot of people you'll see come in and they'll cut this stuff off. We don't want to do that in the first year if we don't have to, because it'll stress the tree.
And we want to leave its ability to photosynthesize and produce as much food as possible while it's getting established. Boy, look at those beautiful clouds on the other side. The sky is just beautiful, isn't it? This is a perfect kind of day to plant. Yeah, it really is. So then lastly, let's talk about the root ball itself. There's some vinyl twine on it, or rope, that obviously will come off.
Yep, holds the wire cage in place.
And we've seen so many examples of trees that have died because too much of that roping or this, you want to protect the root ball, but if you leave too much of the structure to protect the root ball in place, then that can kill and cause problems for the tree down the line. So you have to be very careful about that.
Right. So we're going to cut the bottom of the cage off before it goes in the hole.
Okay.
But we're going to leave the rest of the cage on there. Obviously, this is not a small tree that we're just going to be able to pick up and set in a hole. We're going to have to use the tree to help us get the tree in the hole. Right. So we've got to have the cage on it to keep the root ball intact. But once we get it set, it is exactly where we need it to be. We'll cut the metal cage off. The burlap is going to stay on it,
because it will break down over time.
Correct, and become organic matter. But then this nylon rope will be cut off of it. The top of the burlap will be laid back in the hole, and then we finish back filling it with.
So a properly planted tree truly is a thing of beauty, and it is a good investment to take the time and the effort to. It's that old adage, you put a $1 plant in a $10 hole, and it's more about the hole sometimes than it is about the specimen itself. So gentlemen, I thank you for helping me today, and we'll be back out later and take a look at what they look like when they're in position. Again, these are 2 Nuttall oaks, a recommended plant tree, I believe, recommended for Oklahoma. Good long-lived investment tree, provide good shade. And then we have another maple to plant later. So we'll be back with an update. So one thing that's always crucially important to me, and Kayla knows this, anytime that these guys are planting for me, I always like to see exactly how they're sited, so that the pretty part is facing the direction that I want the pretty part to be, and also is as symmetrical to the other tree in terms of its profile. So that's really important to me. So these guys know that we all kind of do an assessment and make sure that it is located. And sometimes that requires making some adjustments on really heavy specimens like this. But for the long term, again, it is time well spent to do your due diligence at the beginning.
Okay, Linda,
So let me explain what we're going to do. Okay, I told you that we were going to support these, so we have in posts to hold the tree, and then we're strapping them to the posts. And even though Kayla, what did you tell us earlier about pruning?
that we didn't want to prune it too early in life. If you did, you just wanted to do it minimally.
Okay.
So to not cause the strap to break a tender limb, we're going to prune a couple off where our straps are likely to rub it.
Okay.
See, I trimmed this one, and if the wind blows too hard, that strap moves a little bit, it could cause it to break.
And be
a wound that would open us up for insects or other disease
and problems.
Correct.
Okay, so you're probably doing it a little bit loosely so that there's not too much friction.
Correct.
Against the bark.
It'll bruise the bark.
Yeah.
Again, causing a scar.
Right.
But an open wound, for the insects.
So not unlike skin, an abrasion or a wound is a vector for entry for disease or pests or things like
Correct.
that. And we want to avoid that as much as possible. And then these are pretty sizable stakes because this is a very windy corner. And again, we're using wood and not metal stakes. And then you have not planted these too deeply. And let me come down here a little bit because what we don't want is a volcano of mulch.
Right. So that is our dirt.
Yeah. So
this, the top of the root
this
ball.
is the top of the root ball right here. So you see we're not burying this too much. And when you do mulch it, we're not putting more than an inch or even.
We'll put 3 to 4 inches out here, but when you get up here within about 3 to 4 inches of that root ball,
right,
you almost don't want any mulch.
Yeah, because it can really keep this overly wet and basically make it rot. Okay. And then you're putting in a nice clean tree well.
Yeah, now we'll have to come back and make the tree wells a circle for you.
Yeah, okay.
After we get through this rain,
yeah,
they'll be able to cut us some fresh sod. Friday or Saturday.
Yeah, that'll be great. So they're in squares right now, but nevertheless, you guys will water these trees in right now.
They've already, yes.
And
they've watered all. We're going to water them right now.
So we have both trees in place, and now we're planting that gorgeous maple. And boy, these are beautiful trees, Kayla. You did a great job in picking them out.
Thank you.
Well, it may be a cold and dreary day, but we've got some sunshiny elements being added to the garden. And we are repeating something that I did, kind of a cheat that I did at my other house, and that was to top my existing fence with some framed lattice. And that will give me more height, more privacy, more of a sense of enclosure without sacrificing any air circulation, and also repeating elements that are already in my house because I've got that diamond shape in the windows and in other areas. So this is the first phase. These were built in the shop, correct, Kayla? These were built in the shop, and they will get them installed, and then they'll fix any little boo-boos, any paint marrings or anything of that nature. And Kayla, these are made out of?
Treated pine. And the trellis is also treated.
And it's not the flimsy lattice trellis work.
Correct.
It's
right.
the heavier.
Yes.
I don't know if is that in a gauge or a thickness?
No, it's just a 3/4 inch wide lattice.
Lattice, okay. Yeah. And then you topped it off
with this is a 2x4 treated, and then the little trim piece is a 1x treated, both pine.
Yes, and that makes them look very finished and very custom. And then once we get them into place, we will incorporate some finials that will be painted in the same color, but we'll do that a little bit later. And then something else that we'll be working on, it looks like a yard sale in my backyard right now, is to reshape that gate and have it a little bit more appealing. And that will probably also be done in the shop. Am I correct?
Correct.
Well, I'm going to let them get to it, and I'm going to go inside because it's cold out here.
Well, Stuart, this is exactly what I was looking for in this narrow space in between the sink and the refrigerator. And this one I was really focusing on the color because I think that the blues in it match the blues in the island, and these other kind of, clay colors or whatever match the painting, and parenthetically also match my fuzzy slippers that I've got on today because it's cold and rainy outside, and my blue socks. When you buy rugs like this, for one of the reasons I do it on eBay is because there's a good selection, there's a great price point, and you can offer up a price point that you are comfortable with. And for me, this certainly was at that price point, and it looks exactly the way I look. Some of these rugs, this is a hand knotted rug, and you can see I could practically use it on either side. One pulls out, as Stuart noticed, pulls out the blues a little bit more, and the other pulls out these kind of clay or I don't know what color, rust colors. I also like it because it's thin, it doesn't have a thick pile. I will put some kind of floor protector underneath it, a liner underneath it. The other reason I like it is because it's got a very shallow profile, a very narrow profile for tripping, which later on could be a consideration. And then an update on a couple of things that you guys had lots and lots of comments on. So many of you very wisely told me about maybe the impracticality of having my meds in a bottom drawer. Well, I certainly take that to heart, and when I have grandchildren or I have large numbers of children, definitely that will be removed. But for right now, it is practical for Hubs and I. And I also could put some kind of child lock or something on it. But again, that's not in my lifestyle right now, but it's definitely a lifestyle consideration if you do have small children, grandchildren, whomever running around, maybe even pets. Right now, none of those things fall into my category. The second thing that I want to comment on a little bit is many of you said, well, why don't you put your coffee station here? So when you get a wide perspective of the kitchen when you first walk in, I think intuitively, especially for coffee drinkers, the first place you might come is here because it's in a primary location. And actually, that's where I set up my coffee station first. For a number of different reasons, particular to Hubs and myself, this wasn't a good location for us. The other reason is from an entertaining standpoint, I think I told you this was kind of like my entertaining center, entertaining headquarters. This will go back into the great room for when we entertain and is also easy access to the front room. So for us, it made more sense for it to be kind of a cocktail station and to open wine bottles and such than a coffee station. But primarily my motivation for moving it was because the coffee pot is probably one of the only appliances that I leave out because we use it so frequently throughout the course of the day. To have an expensive look to your kitchen, that's one of the tips that they give you is don't keep your appliances out, put them in hiding, and only bring them out when you use them. But my coffee pot, it's out 24/7 isn't it, Stuart? It's hard for me to say that because you guys are always coming in and out, and invariably you want a hot drink.
Maybe 10 minutes ago.
So when I first walk in, I don't particularly want to see that coffee pot, empty coffee pods, the detritus from making coffee. And so because of that, I didn't want that to be the first thing you saw and a focal point upon entry to my kitchen. I'd much rather them see this beautiful blue stemware and this beautiful blue crystalware. So I think it makes a much more beautiful presentation. A number of you also commented, couldn't I just put this little picture on an easel? And yes, and I have an easel somewhere that I'm going to try. I liked that idea. I had thought about it and then forgot about it again. So thank you for that reminder. Something else that I want to do over here, I noticed in this space, is even though I have ambient lighting, it's not necessarily task lighting, but I have ambient lighting throughout my kitchen in the form of some small lamps over the cutting boards, etc. This area kind of absorbs light, doesn't it, Stuart?
Yeah.
And it's kind of a dark void, and I really want this to have a little bit more illumination. So enter those wonderful motion activated light strips. I just ordered some more of them. I'll show them to you when I get them, to put underneath the counter, or underneath the cabinet. So when you approach this area and you want to make yourself a drink, or you're looking for a glass or whatever, and just to make you smile, this will be illuminated. Because, for example, over here, I already have one of these battery charged lamps, bar lamps, which brings me to something else you guys asked so much about. What was my source for these? And I will put a link below. I also put it in the community tab. I got these off of Amazon, and they are so good looking. They're a combination of this burnished brass and marble. They're beautiful. However, they are battery operated. There's no cord attached to them. You use a rechargeable connection to get them activated again. And I have to say that in that feature of them, I'm disappointed. They really don't hold their charge long enough, I think, to purchase. But if you want them just for short-term effect and for just the sheer good looks of them, then you might want to order them, and I will put a link below. I don't know that if across the board other varieties might have a battery that lasted longer. This is short-lived, but it is nice, and it's got different degrees of illumination. So it may be one of those things that you only illuminate for special occasions if you don't want to be a slave to charging.
Maybe just keep it there and just turn it on when you...
Yeah, just turn it on, or when you entertain or something, kind of like you maybe use it as you would a candlestick. You kind of light it for the short term when you're going to be there to tend it. So those are just a couple of updates on some of the things that you guys commented about a lot and my thinking behind them. And we'll do a few more follow-ups on those types of observations on your part later on. Stuart, I'm so excited. Look at that. Can you see the buds starting to emerge off of this October Glory maple? And we planted them at just the perfect time because we got a rain the next day. It was cool and rainy the next 2 days. Perfect conditions for getting these established. This one is absolutely beautiful, as are the Nuttall Oaks. Stuart, down here, be careful.
What's this one again?
This is October Glory Maple.
Oh, cool.
And then these down here are Nuttall Oaks. And I think they look absolutely beautiful. That one, does it look like it's leaning a little bit to you?
Not so much from my angle, but
okay,
maybe
well,
from a different
we'll
one.
make sure, while we still have a little bit of leeway, to move them just a tiny bit to make sure that they're absolutely straight. Now, do I like these big old posts that are on here? No, I don't. But we explained why, and they're necessary. And this is windy it's windy in Oklahoma in general, and it's windy in this spot in particular. So definitely we want to make sure they're secured. And let's see, do we have any buds coming out on this yet? Not quite as obvious as on the other, Stuart, but a little bit.
So hard. There we go. Well, I had it.
And by the way, if you are new to this channel, Stuart is my photographer or business partner.
You just got to see my hand more than you ever have before. before.
Best
Boom.
buddy, but he's not my husband. That would be Hubs. So anyhow, I think it's looking good. And we've got other infrastructure things that we need to take care of. I talked about the sidewalk. We've got to get the sprinkler system in. But nevertheless, I feel very much at home, Stuart, because I do have some beautiful topiary on my front porch. And I think it's fun to see everything kind of evolve over time, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And boy, the neighbors seem very, very interested and very curious. It's such a fun neighborhood. So there you go. Stuart, have we forgotten anything?
Usually not.
Okay.
But occasionally.
Okay, well, I hope you enjoyed walking through these projects with me, and we'll just see what happens in the next segment. Well, everybody, it's all about garden-inspired living today. We've got 3 segments I am so excited to show you about on today's video. Number 1, we're going to cover so many of your comments, very strong opinions on my placement of a flagstone,
Awesome.
flagstone patio in front, the seating, the possibility of an umbrella, its placement in front of my bathroom window. We're going to walk through all of that. I really appreciated your comments, and well, let's just say there's a lot to talk about. Number 2, I've created some really beautiful floral arrangements inspired by St. Patrick's Day, by spring, and just really by some of the places in my house that I want to showcase beautiful blooms. We'll give you a few how-tos on that. And then thirdly, a great surprise. I don't believe I have showed you the completed gallery wall in the great room. Again, some how-to tips, kind of some behind the scenes thinking about what went where. Well, Stuart, there's just a lot to talk about today, so what do you say? You want to get started?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Stuart, I don't have a lot of things in my garden right now, but I have a few, and I cannot resist getting my hands in the dirt and doing a little bit of planting. So these yellow bicolored pansies that are Maxima, I believe, were already planted in the front yard. And the other day, you guys saw me, I planted some at the base of that topiary that may or may not continue to live there in that spot. And then I found some matching little violas. I think I showed you guys these, and I planted, as part of my edible landscaping thematic, I planted some Swiss chard in there that will get big and kind of be in the same color palette. And then I've got just a couple of pots over here that I brought from the old place that have some daffodils already planted in them. So I thought I want to emphasize this little ribbon of yellow going around here. So I'm, as I always do, stealing from Peter to pay Paul.
Oh, I missed that.
And I am, well, I don't
heard
have
that
as
in
much
so
to
long.
steal from, Stuart. So I am stealing from my own garden and tucking them in where I can in this giant urn, so that when those daffodils bloom, there will be some yellow in here to keep them company. And even though this urn will be moved, I still think it's fun, even while things are in process, to have a little color around here.
A pop of color.
A pop of color, yes.
All these phrases
Yes.
I've been missing.
Pop of color, you know, because if you're new to our channel, first of all, welcome. Don't forget to hit subscribe.
Yeah.
If you like it, like this content. But if you're new to this channel, one of my signature touches, my signature gardening thematics is always that I like lots of structure with pops of color and only an explosion of color a couple times a year, in the spring and in the fall. So, continuing with kind of my mantra for that, Pop of color, pop of color.
Pop of
Say it
color.
to yourself over and over again, Stuart, as your mantra
It comes up
for
in my
today.
life through graphics and stuff a lot.
Yeah.
I literally have
So
that thought.
I'm just going to tuck this in. And I before we really get down to the nitty and gritty of talking about all of the comments that we got, Stuart, we thought TVs were
We
controversial.
did. Yeah,
But oh my goodness, having a patio in the front yard and the possibility of an umbrella in the front yard of a windy location, that is something else we'll want to address. I'll water that in later, but now that little pop of color continues over here. I got on my Cool Job gloves I love so much. Okay, so Stuart, what do you think? Let's address some of the opinions / concerns / in some cases pretty strong disagreements with my vision of having a small flagstone patio here in the front yard. Well, first of all, let me rewind a little bit. So one of my primary motivations for moving to this neighborhood is because it is a front porch sitting, wave at your neighbor, visit with your neighbor kind of neighborhood. And in fact, if you stand in one location on my street and you look down that way, you will even see that back in the early 1900s when these homes were built, that I could be sitting on my front porch and the neighbor could be sitting on their front porch, and you could actually have a conversation because the front porches are lined up. And it's a beautiful day out here, Stuart, so we're going to be competing with lots of noise.
I missed that too.
There's that too. Several of the homes on this block are completely being renovated, as mine was just done. But that is basically, I think, the charm of this neighborhood is its walkability. And
Yeah, we've had 2 or 3 people already
stopped
by.
just
Yeah,
while we've
in
been
the
out
last
here.
20
They've
minutes.
stopped, they've said hello, they already know my name, and I love that because I love the European vibe of living in this neighborhood that is eminently walkable because we've got sidewalks, kids playing up and down the sidewalks, joggers. Another reason I love this is apparently there's an imminent marathon coming up. I don't know if it's the Redbud one or another one, but there was a police car just a block from here who was positioned to block off the intersection so hundreds of joggers could go by. So it's that kind of aura that I love in this neighborhood, and one of the reasons why I want to have a small front patio so that I can be part of the action. Now, you'll notice that my front porch is very tiny. It doesn't have any kind of covering over it. And so I wanted a larger space to hang out in. Yesterday evening, Hubs and I sat outside all evening long. We had a number of friends who came by, and my porch was just a little too constricted. Over here, it will be just perfect when this is all in place. I can add additional chairs. It will be small enough so that it doesn't, I think, kind of overshadow the scale of the house. It will be made of materials that are indigenous to my style of home and its architecture. It will blend in seamlessly, and I think it will be really beautiful. The other thing is I will have, some of you were concerned about privacy, so let's address that concern first of all. There will be, number one, a suggestion of privacy, and if you haven't looked at the plan that we put in a video, I think it was 2 times back, Stuart, we might have to show it again. Yeah. There is a boxwood hedge that will go along the circumference of this small patio, and you can see where all of these flags are positioned right now, and that is, good morning, that is the outline of this patio itself. just beyond that, there will be a boxwood hedge that will come in an arc around the patio. There will be a mirrored boxwood hedge that comes and arcs over here. Now, there will be kind of a path where you can enter from the sidewalk onto the patio, and it will be of a nice scale, I think. Now, beyond the boxwood hedge, there will be a number of small growing trees over here that I will keep pruned up. So I'll get some air circulation through here and another layer of privacy on this side, which will also give me not only a bit of privacy, I don't want too much because again,
yeah, you want to see them.
I want to see people. It's all about conviviality.
If you want privacy, you can go inside.
If I want privacy, as so many of you pointed out, why wouldn't I just sit in my backyard? Because I don't want to sit in my backyard all the time. When I want privacy, I will sit in the backyard. When I want to be part of what's going on in the neighborhood on a gorgeous day like today and meet all the neighborhood dogs, then I want to be out here where the action is. And there's a lot of action in this neighborhood. So there'll be another layer of Yopon hollies that I will keep pruned up, and I think they will be very handsome here.
Yeah.
And will give us a little bit of shade over here. And I think I will really like that. Now someone, maybe they haven't watched any of my previous videos, they were appalled and thought it would look so tacky for me to have a huge window box, or actually it will not be attached to the wall, but it will give the illusion of a window box planter that I have here. It will be huge and it will contain, Stuart, do you have a comment?
No, I was going to say I could put a picture of your other window boxes up here so
okay,
people
maybe
can kind
we
of
should
see
do that.
what you do with them.
Yeah, so it's not going to be one of the two small ticky-tacky ones. It will very much look like an extension of the garden over here and will be a really pretty backdrop. The other thing I like about it is the top of the window box will be about right here. And again, if you reference the one I had in the past, there will be small evergreens in here and things that I can enjoy from the inside out, and again will give me another layer of privacy and a little bit of shelter from the strong southern sun.
So I do want to say how much we appreciate everybody's opinion.
Oh,
right?
I really, because
it is cool to hear everybody's thoughts.
One thing about how my mind works is that I kind of have a vision, and I'll show a couple of inspirational pictures that were something of my muse for this space that were actually set in English gardens in front of English cottages with umbrellas. But also that part of my design process is I get something of a vision, and then I think, how can I execute that vision through trial and error, first of all using what I already have, and secondly to make sure that it's in harmony with the style of my home. So I already had these chairs, and some of you said, well, I don't like the black, I like the wooden ones better. Ultimately, I might like wooden ones better too. But to address another concern many of you had, why would I have an umbrella in this space when it was so windy? Well, number one, nobody in Oklahoma, or very few, unless they've just forgotten to take it down, keep their umbrellas up 99% of the time.
We learned that here real quick, didn't we?
It doesn't matter if it's out by your pool, in the backyard, in a protected space. When winds again come sweeping down the plain,
all kinds of things have to get put up.
You have to put all sorts of things up. So this is part of my gardening lifestyle. It won't be such a huge umbrella that will completely overwhelm my house. I'm not thinking of a large retractable resort type umbrella. I'm thinking of one with a wooden pole that looks very country living, and that will easily be able to be put up and taken down, and not so massive that I won't be able to store it in my closet inside on windy days. But then on days like today, when it's absolutely beautiful, but there's a little bit of strong sun, a tiny bit of shade would be appreciated, then I can just easily pull it out, put it up, and invite Stuart and some other people over for a beer.
Well, we only get about 2 weeks of this weather that we have today.
Yes.
We don't get very much of this. And I doubt many people, I don't know what it's like now, but we get hot weather here.
Oh, yes.
And that shade is going to be very beneficial
Very
in the summer.
appreciated. But that said, how many of us are sitting outside when it's 103?
That's true.
In the front, in the back, in the shade,
true.
or in full sun anyway?
That's true.
That's when we go inside, just like people further north go inside during the depths of winter. That's when we hibernate inside, and there's not a ton of activity out
so
on the
true and
street.
sad.
It's, I know, it's so true. So let's talk a little bit more about the wind factor. So one of the reasons that I'm considering these chairs, again, that I already have, is because these are heavy, aren't they, Stuart?
Super heavy, yeah.
But they are also
Yeah, the wind's not going to blow them away.
No, it is not going to blow them away. They are very, very comfortable. They rock, and I just love them, and I really like them. Now, is it appropriate for them to be in this glossy black? Well, I have two thoughts on that. I go back and forth. My ultimate decision is not yet made, and that is my question of the day for you. If you were going to use these in the front, if you were, would you leave them in this glossy black, which, by the way, does match my shutters and my front door? Or would you paint them gray that's more the color of the wood furniture I have on my front porch?
When I'm heading back.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
No,
Stuart.
it's not your fault. I should have stayed over there.
And actually, it was this graphite gray that was the original color of these chairs years ago, because I've had these for probably 25 years, Stuart.
I've always seen them.
And they were graphite gray. I thought there was a place where some of the paint had chipped off and I could show you. But I could do it, and this is how I'm leaning at this point, to paint them and with outdoor paint the color of that kind of graphite gray, which would make them recede a little bit more back into the background. And then of course I can put some cushions on here that will make it a little bit more comfy cozy. They probably, which is why I understand so many of your comments, they probably right now look too modern, too stark, too in your face, because they are out here isolated by themselves. There's nothing to soften them. But by the time I have layers of greenery, I have the flagstone in place, there is a backdrop of greenery right here, things growing in the foreground. It will be spring and summer by then, and all of the trees will have leafed out. The appearance of this will look so much softer and so much more appropriate to my little English cottage. So that's my thinking. The other thinking is, even though, yes, this does get very, very windy, it's not windy all of the time. And when it's not, that's when we want to be outside and really taking advantage of it. If it's really windy, I'm probably not going to be in my backyard either.
I got a thought on the chairs nobody probably thought of.
Okay, what's that?
This little part right here catches my cables all the time.
Oh, it does
So
catch
I
your
wouldn't
cables
be
all
mad
the
if you
time?
had to get new ones.
I thought you were going to say it mimics the shape of my eyebrow
Way less
bathroom
design
window.
heavy.
No,
Way more personal.
Yeah, it's all about our own frames of reference, isn't it? So that's another thought that I had about these. So again, that's my thinking. I really did love your comments. One more thing is, there's a lot of community activities that go on here at Halloween, marathons, picnics, all sorts of things like that. And on many occasions, people do sit out in their front yard.
I hadn't even thought about what Halloween's going to be like over here, probably.
Oh, Halloween is...
It was big where you were.
Oh, it's 10 times. It's been voted the best place to see Halloween in Oklahoma,
Holy
in this
smokes.
neighborhood. Okay, so, so obviously I want to be out here when events are going on. But someone also made the comment, well, who would just sit out there? And it was funny to me, because as I read that comment, Carrie, the bud whisperer, was over here doing some work, and she said, did I mind if she sat out here with her
That exact
computer in one
moment.
of these chairs because the sunshine was just so warm and inviting.
I've had days I didn't want to be outside either, though. So yeah.
Yeah, so yes, people will want to sit out here. I've been sitting out here this morning and I think it's lovely, but do we want to sit out here all the time on windy days?
Day like today, yes, we do.
Day like today, yes, we do, but I so take your point that when it's really windy, when it's really ugly out, when it's 110 degrees, no, believe me, I'll be inside hanging out with my flowers, my flower arrangements that I put together for inside because it's too darn hot to be outside. And that's a good segue to stop here, Stuart, and look at some beautiful flower arrangements. Okay, so Stuart, let's go inside. And here's the thing, when I talk about garden-inspired living, this is one of the decision points that I've come up against as we've moved in. And things are looking a little bit cleaner and more organized, Stuart.
I would say so.
Boy, I don't know if can that camera adjust to
Oh, it does a great job.
bright light.
They just got a really good look at it.
And inside, so still waiting for furniture, still waiting for pieces of furniture that have already arrived to be put together.
Oh, the boxes.
All the boxes.
I will say this, there's a few less boxes in here than there were.
Than there used to be.
Yeah,
Well, it's a
cleaned up
process.
considerably.
So one of the decisions that we were making was what to do with this closet with the pretty windows. And I've gone back and forth, partly based on some of your suggestions, on my friend John Turman's suggestions of should this just be a coat closet and a storage closet, or should it be, he called it an entertaining closet. And in the end, practicality wins out.
Yeah.
Because this is where I realized that I'm a gardener first and foremost, and I really needed a practical storage area. So while I am waiting for things to be fixed or to put outside, or things that will temporarily be staged outside, i.e. like that umbrella, I can just bring it in, come in the door. It's not going to be prohibitively heavy, and I can store it in here. So I'm in the process of rearranging this closet. I'll be putting in some shelving. I've got a roller shelf here, a roller cart here. That I will put
the
in.
boxes, guys.
I know the boxes. I know the boxes.
Like it was something
but
to
I'll have
show.
a roller cart in here. Why? Because I want a roller cart that I can roll in and out,
Hey,
and
there
even
you go.
onto the front porch. Because why? It is going to hold lots of my garden tools that I will use in the front yard. So it's kind of, since I don't have a storage area in the front yard, I don't have a mud room in the front portions of the house, then this will serve as a mudroom cart. And it will live in here, and when I take off my garden gloves, when I take off my garden boots, like right now, Stuart,
With the ease of
with the
not even
ease,
bending
right,
over.
that I can do that right here, I can then put the garden boots for the week inside the storage closet, and everything will be accessible. So that's a case where practicality won out over charm. Okay, let's talk flowers now, Stuart. Well, this is the first arrangement I put together. And Stuart, I took a little bit of video myself of the process. And how this started was 4 to 6 inch pots that I got at Trader Joe's, where these bulbs had already been forced. These are fragrant hyacinth bulbs. And I'm telling you, when they're in full bloom, it infuses the entire parlor. And the color obviously is inspired by the blues that I'm trying to bring into this space. But I think it's really lovely, don't you, Stuart?
Absolutely.
And I could have top dressed it in moss, mulched it in moss, but I really liked the earthiness of just the raw dirt, and even the few little roots that are kind of peeking their heads out of the soil itself. So I took 3 pots, I removed them from the plastic containers, and then I probably removed and teased out the roots and teased off some of the soil. And then I put them in this silver plated bowl, and this was a thrift store find. I think it was $2.99. It's one of my favorite vessels to use. And then I can just keep it here in this location. If the light gets really, really strong here because I get strong south light, in that case then I might relocate it towards the front, or I can just move it around a little bit so that I increase its lifespan. But I think it's beautiful, and I love the way it speaks to spring, because heretofore you guys have seen that I've had lots of amaryllis and flowers like that out, but I'm kind of there. I love them, but they're past their season. I'm ready to move on to spring bloomers, and these gorgeous hyacinths were my arrangement number 1. Let's take a break here, and then I'll show you number 2. Well, if you're like me, you're always thinking about and maybe planning for the next holiday. And if I look at the calendar, that would be St. Patrick's Day. So a couple of things I wanted to share with you. Number 1, while I was composing this St. Patrick's Day inspired bouquet, I was listening to 2 stations that I just think you might really love. Stuart, are you an Eva Cassidy fan?
Not familiar.
Are you familiar with her? She was 33 years old when she died in 1996 of melanoma. Absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous voice, and she recreated a lot of jazz tunes, blues tunes, a lot of Simon and Garfunkel. She has a rendition of Danny Boy, speaking of St. Patrick's Day, that will absolutely bring a tear to your eye. That and Over the Rainbow. So I would highly encourage you to check her out. It's EVA Cassidy, just like it sounds. You can put on, tell Pandora or Spotify to play the Eva Cassidy radio, and you might find it interesting to read a little bit about her life. I heard an NPR story earlier this week that talks about a guy who is really bringing up a lot of music and I think publishing a lot of things that heretofore had not been published, and she really didn't get great notoriety, that's hard for me to say, until she had already passed. But oh my goodness, her voice is absolutely beautiful. So Stuart, for once I'm giving you a musician you haven't heard of.
Exactly, and I have a phrase that goes right with this, and it's most poets paint life but don't get recognized till after. Okay,
I like that. Who knew?
Mine,
as you are a poet too.
Else's.
Secondly, then I would also encourage you, I was listening to this morning, and Stuart, let's put a little sampling up here of the Celtic Women's Channel, and it's absolutely wonderful Celtic tunes, Celtic songs, not exclusively women singing them, but I think if you want to get in the mood for St. Patrick's Day, you definitely might want to listen to these channels. The other thing is if you're planning a St. Patrick's Day party, my folks growing up always had a huge St. Patrick's Day party. My second mother's middle name was Fitzgerald, and if you too like to have St. Patrick's Day parties, then you might want to put on some of that music. Now back to the topic at hand, which is, I think, this very becoming St. Patrick's Day inspired arrangement. So I just knew that I wanted it to largely be green when I went to Trader Joe's. Right now, since I don't really have a garden, I don't have a lot of things to pick from my own landscape. But when I went, I mean, are these hydrangea blooms not quintessentially Irish?
It's really cool.
They almost look like...
It doesn't even look like a hydrangea.
I know, it doesn't look like
It's beautiful.
4-leaf clovers. So anyhow, I got a number of those, and then I am someone who kind of likes ordinary flowers, and there's nothing more ordinary and consequently inexpensive than carnations. So these kind of chartreusey, limey green carnations really spoke to me. Some of them were still in petite or bud form, and then some of them were already in full form. I don't know, can you point one out to me, Stuart?
Keep going.
Keep going.
Some
Some of these here. They've got this frilly edge to them, and I really love the way the light shines through them. Sometimes these are backlit and you can see the light shining through them. Again, for $4.99 a bunch, what a deal. And I think it would also look beautiful with nothing but just those carnations. And then I loved the way they echoed the green in these mums and how there was just a hint of lavender, and the only real additional color in this arrangement besides just that limey green and the creamy tones. Now when I put it together, I have it in a basket, an old basket that belonged to my mother-in-law. I love it for that reason. And then I put an old glass canister, the lid had broken, and I put it inside the basket as a liner, so it made a great receptacle for these flowers. Once I got this in place and I kind of knew where I wanted it to live in the house, which is right by the entry from the parlor and into the kitchen, I knew where I wanted to place it. And when I put it in that spot, I thought it just looked a little too uptight to me. It looked like it needed something that was a little softer. And since I have very few things to cut from in this new garden, I just went out exploring, and sure enough, I did find a candidate that would be garden fresh and a garden clipping. And it was these beautiful arborvitae branches, which have, even though it's kind of a wintry note, nevertheless is wintry to the point of almost be springy, because it has a fern-like quality to it in the way the fronds are kind of deeply cut and very, very delicate, and I like the way they spill over the edges of this container. So the entirety of this composition was very inexpensive. You could do it on a much smaller scale if you liked, but I think it's kind of impactful, and more than that, I think it just screams Erin go Bra, don't you?
It's very good.
So there you go. This is my flower arrangement number 2, inspired by St. Patrick's Day. Well, by far, if I want to channel early spring, the go-to arrangement that I want is for some kind of dramatic, massive flowering branches. And in fact, the first time I walked into the house and I saw this wonderful island, I thought, ooh, if this were mine, I would always have a massive floral display right on the corner of the island. And consequently, I have ever since we moved in. Now, this is an arrangement that you will see, it's really popular right now, not just flowering branches, but branches in general, really tall, massive ones. They can just be tree branches you cut from outside, from shrubs, from whatever. It could be 1 or 2 really large monstera leaves that you get from the florist or from your grocery store. But I love flowering branches because they speak to spring. Now, I got these at Trader Joe's. This is just a couple of bunches of them. I think there were $7.99 a bunch. Now, if I were at home, I could be cutting, oh wow, that's a Freudian slip, Stuart. Oh. If I were at my previous home, I could have gone out and cut some of my own flowering branches from my Deutzia or Redbud, even my Viburnum. But I have to wait to do that next spring. This spring, I just went to Trader Joe's and I got these gorgeous, I'm not even exactly sure what they are because they weren't marked. I bet they're some kind of cherry blossom bloom or something. If you guys know, please comment below, but I think they're lovely. I love the color of the stalk itself, the branch itself, in addition to these beautiful, dainty little flowers that will continue to open up over time. Now, when I envisioned it, it was in a massive glass vase or glass vessel that would kind of match this sweet little stand I have with some heart rosemary shortbread cookies that I also got at Trader Joe's that are a favorite around here, and they're a favorite of Stuart, who just made himself a cup of coffee and plans to have a shortbread as a little treat. Am I right, Stuart?
You're correct.
I do keep Stuart well fed and watered. So in my imaginings, I really want this to be glass, but I didn't have anything that seemed to be massive enough and that would help the branches cascade. Consequently, Stuart, what are we putting on our next thrift shopping adventure?
What are we?
a great big
just drew a
massive
blank.
glass, a great, you're not paying
Oh,
attention,
no, I
Stuart.
was. You said
You're thinking,
cookies and my brain went
your brain
somewhere
went
else.
to edit. Really? Well, what I'm going to look for is some kind of really great, huge glass container.
I'm gonna look for what you're looking for.
Yeah,
Yep.
like a hurricane or something that I can
Although I
use
do
for these
like this
branches.
one a lot.
I do like this one too, but I think I also want to thrift a really great glass container. So I think that pretty much wraps up my triple play of flower arrangements that I will have for the week. And by the way, if you are a member in up and coming episodes, when I do my flower arrangements of the week, if you're a member, we're going to put this segment in early for you guys to take advantage of, because you might want to create some of these, and you can even send me your pics and I can put them in the community tab.
A cool bonus of being a member.
Cool little bonus of being a member. So I think they're beautiful. You guys let me know what kind of flower arrangements you are cutting from your own gardens or from your local grocery store. Stuart, let's take a break here and I'm going to show you another update. Well, I think, Stuart, didn't we show the beginning of the process of how we were going to put the gallery walls together?
You two
with John
talked
and me.
about it a little, yeah.
Yeah, and basically what we did was we just laid it all out on the floor in some kind of combination. And then John had kind of an ingenious idea, and he just takes painter's tape, measures the outline of the picture or the painting or whatever, the map, and then puts that in place. And then we can get an idea of the scale of it. And then he also kind of remembers what goes where. So we divided it kind of into 3 different parts. And we did this section first, the midsection later, and then this area last. And I think there was a question of the day where I asked, should I mix in some of the paintings with some of the maps? And that was a resounding yes on your part.
That's cool.
And I do like the way it looks. And then after everything was in place, I did want to soften it a little bit and personalize it a little bit more. So for example, by the elephant, a picture of the elephant that we took that was charging us in Africa, there's pictures of us sitting out inside of our front tent and all of the people that were on the African safari with us. Little things like that. As always, I have to have some kind of reference to the garden, so I've got some dried fern, some dried different kinds of foliage that I took from my previous home, and that's kind of an homage to that house. And then just some other images. We are still waiting. I have to take this to the framers because I've got an old certificate of my husband's father, who was on the Board of Regents for the University of Oklahoma, actually for the state. And we've got a certificate of that I want to frame and put in there. So we will add that a little bit later. I'm still working on the bookshelves and haven't really styled those yet. There's one thing that I want to change out. After we got it up, I decided that I liked the basket there, but that the basket to me looks a little bit too small. So I'm going to get something that's a little bit larger scale. But overall, I really like the way it looks. Am I constantly straightening things because I'm a little bit OCD in that respect? Yes, I am. But you know, that's part of the charm. If you look at old English country houses and things, there's always something that is a little bit wonky. Candles that aren't standing up straight, lampshades that aren't absolutely fitted and styled exactly as they should be. They're not standing up and flying right. Just different things like that, because that is a lived-in look. Mm-hmm. It's not a contrived look, it's a lived-in look. And hopefully this kind of provides to my family and to visitors, provides a glimpse into our lives and that kind of lived-in look. And of course, then if they don't get it, they might get it after they have a drink or two at the bar as they stop on the way in. So that's kind of how this gallery wall evolved. I do still want, some of you were naysayers about having books on the TV table, but again, as someone told me, you do you, And I think that's true as you decorate. You guys do you and what you like, because it's creating spaces that I think really appeal to each of us individually. If I've said it once, I've said it a million times. There's usually not a wrong answer. There's just a right answer for you and your aesthetic. So that's what we tried to do here. We have references to our past trips, to things that belonged to his brother, who was quite a global vagabond who traveled all around the world, and some of our favorite books and
what a cool thing for people to say about you.
What's that?
A global
vagabond. A global vagabond, yes.
It's a neat thing.
Yes.
I've heard so many cool stories like
his brother that died at a relatively young age was definitely a global vagabond and one of the most interesting characters you will ever meet. If my husband is Ernest Hemingway, I'm going to have to come up. I'm going to have to come up with a counterpart for my brother-in-law.
Maybe Hunter S. Thompson.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. So there you go. I think the gallery wall came together very, very well. I like the way it looks. I've still got a little bit of styling to do in the rest of the room before I completely reveal it to you. As I suspected, I don't think we have ever watched this TV during the afternoon. So for us, the glare that you're seeing off of the window isn't an issue because this is our nighttime room, or maybe our winter room, but it's not one that I'm in very often during the day, and neither is my husband unless he's in his dad chair doing some work. You can kind of see over there, the little mess. That would be the dad chair. So I hope you guys like it. Again, we'll show you some images of John helping me and how he positioned some of the pieces on the wall.
They should have already seen this by now.
There's some crosshatch pieces of tape where something round was going to go, which was a good tip. Again, something that's very intuitive, but that somebody like me doesn't always get. So it was nice to have someone who could show me some tips and tricks. Stuart, does that about wrap it up?
I think
for this Sunday in the show? We've talked flowers, we've talked the great umbrella and front porch patio controversy.
I did want to say I expected getting back in the garden to like kind of make me feel good, but now that we're kind of doing it, it feels really good.
Yeah,
it's surprising how like it's kind of exciting.
And you guys are here because you're gardeners too, and you just absolutely can't stand it if you're not outside. Yeah. So I hope you enjoyed this little outside trek with us. Thank you so much for all of your comments. Yeah. They really make me think. Even the ones that I decide against, they really make me think. And as you guys know, I change my mind a lot. I kind of have a vision, but there are many iterations of a vision before it actually comes to pass. So thank you so much for your comments, your concern, how you tell me what your preferences are. I just love it, and you do it in such a loving, interesting way, and I really, really appreciate that because it makes me feel as if you take ownership in this little video enterprise that Stuart and I have here together, and I love taking
our community.
I love taking the journey with you guys. So stay tuned. Please put in the comments below if you'd like to give me an update on something that I haven't shown you for a while.
Yeah, let us know.
Or if you would like me to share tips and tricks that I haven't shared in a while, please do so as the English cottage house comes together. Well, we are kicking arse and getting things done around here. Hopefully you can hear me over the concrete truck because we're getting ready to pour the new sidewalk. And what we're going to do to make sure that it matches exactly is they're going to pour the underlayer first.
I about fell in a hole.
Don't fall in a hole, Stuart. And then we're going to come back and do a skin coat on the top of the sidewalk and also on the top of the porch. So it will cover up that red paint we haven't been able to get rid of, and it will also transition nicely into the walkway. So this is a huge accomplishment to get this done today because it's been kind of holding up the show on some other things. Though I guess that hasn't kept us from continuing with the patio. So this is the patio section that is still in progress. Stuart, we're gonna give people a break from this noise and insert a little snippet of video that I took of Javier and Sergio laying down the flagstone. Well, it is another very busy day here at the cottage, and we have reinforcements. So I think I mentioned to you that we were going to be taking out the sidewalk because it was so cracked and really was rather treacherous. And it wasn't, I guess it wasn't extremely bad, but enough so that I think as long as we were doing the work, I wanted to go ahead and get this done. Let's put it that way. It wasn't necessarily money I wanted to spend, but I think it was the wise move. So this is a subcontractor that works with Kayla. And these guys here. Gentlemen, thank you. I appreciate it. So they're just taking out all of the concrete. And this is something, all we're doing is replacing what was existing. So this isn't a real HP issue. It's just replacing it exactly the way it was, only without cracks. So they have already removed the concrete step, or concrete walkway rather. And now this is being done at about the same time that we're starting to lay the patio. So we've kind of come up with an idea for the template. Then I'm going to help them shortly here, and we're going to remove what we have laid down so that we took a picture of it, and then we'll put screenings underneath it. And these are the screenings right here. And then the flagstone and brick will go on top of that in an attractive pattern, kind of herringbone, rough herringbone with some ragged edges so that I can plant around the perimeter and inside some of the stepping stones. So we're working on this now. The sun is coming out, so it's not quite as cold as it could be, but nevertheless, it's around 32 right now. And I don't know if you can see, but behind these guys right here, yesterday we did plant some of those boxwoods in that area. So on tomorrow's walkabout, or actually you'll probably be seeing this in the walkabout episode, hopefully we will have even more accomplished. Well, I was going to help Sergio and Javier move some of the brick and stone so that they could put down the screening. And finally, I realized I was just getting in the way. And I asked Sergio, I said, "I'm just in the way, aren't I?" And he sweetly said yes. So I am in here on hot chocolate detail. I can handle that. Well, the sun has come out and we are still making progress. You can see that they've laid the form with a bed of sand and some rebar because they're going to pour the concrete sidewalk tomorrow. And then over here, Javier and Sergio just keep working at it, and we are making great progress on the patio. We have completed some sections that has the brick, and by the way, it's used brick in a herringbone pattern along with that beautiful stonework. My shadow is in the way. I should have started shooting this from another angle. And I want to show you really what the process is. So Javier has already outlined the space on the patio, and then also you have some string across here, don't you, Javier, to make sure that it stays level. Yep. And you just keep checking each stone as you put it in place to ensure that it's level. And you can see that I kind of already got in their way and put some time in there to see how it was going to work. So they then they have leveled out the dirt below. Then they put in these screenings, these gravel screenings. And they get that pretty level. So that's Sergio's job, is to shovel in the screenings. We've got a big mound of it over there. And then we strategically place the flagstone. You can see that they are temporarily positioned. And then each one is put into place. And then Javier, after you get that one laid, you'll then check it to make sure it's level, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
So this is how we do it. I mean, it's a lot of just handiwork. And then once it's in place and it's level, then we come in here with backfill. And that backfill is,
So there's the level.
yeah, let me come over here and show how you do that. So you make sure it's level. Use a hammer to tamp it into place if need be. And then Sergio is here to put more screenings underneath if necessary to make it level. And then our infill, remind me, gentlemen, it was 2 parts the small gravel, 1 part the large gravel, 1 part the screenings, and 2 parts dirt. Am I correct?
Yes.
On that? Yeah, okay, they're giving me a heads up. And then this is my favorite part, and I've been out here helping them really kind of sweep it and press it into the cracks. And then I will plant little things like thymes, maybe some tiny bulbs, and obviously some self-seeders. You can see over there where I've already put in some creeping thyme. So now it's back to work. And by the end of the day, gentlemen, what do you think? We'll almost be finished, won't we?
Yeah.
Yep, you think so? Javier, you don't look 100% sure. I think we'll about be finished.
It's 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock? Yeah, we've got this covered. It's looking great. But this section over here is pretty much complete, and I absolutely adore it. We've already put in the infill, and I couldn't resist, so I put a little tuft of thyme in here because there's going to be some low-growing things planted in between the pavers. And tomorrow, after this is all finished, I'm even going to seed a few little darlings in between the pavers that will then come up and give this very much a cottage look. So we're doing that. We are starting to stage all of the boxwoods over here. And then this is where the window box will go. And for those of you that were concerned about people just falling off the porch, since there, at least at this point, is not a railing there, I have a long concrete planter that fits in this spot, and it will serve as kind of a visual and a physical wall, removable wall, that will be filled with some boxwoods and something else. I'm not really sure. But that will close off this wall space and make it look and feel much more finished in combo with these mounds, these gumdrops of boxwood. Now, speaking of boxwood, let me give you another update I just found out about this morning. So there is going to be a huge truck, I think on March 27th, of better boxwoods, of some evergreens, and maybe some of the Southern Living plants from the Southern Living Plant Collection. A huge truck is going to pull up, and that will really make me excited, Stuart. So we have that to look forward to. And I don't know, Stuart, maybe you can very carefully.
I can look down and
Okay.
step to there.
If you
Everybody
come
bear
up
with the
onto the
camera.
porch with me.
Boom. There we
Wow,
go.
look at that dexterity.
It wasn't a perfect camera
footwork.
move. Other than that.
But over here you can kind of see, in addition to some very unhappy plants, there's those long, some rectangular pots that will go and be staged on the east side,
Oh, I see it
side
over
of the
there.
patio. Can you kind of see them down in
Yeah,
there?
I see it now. It took me a minute to find it.
And we continue with the dirt work and filling in the channels for the irrigation system. Here is something else that I am very excited about. Now,
Boy, it just looks like there is a lot going on.
because there is a lot going on. And in addition, speaking of a lot going on, Stuart, what happened just before we started shooting?
Oh, we had yeah, you tell them. You're better at this.
So Hubs was out in back and someone pulled into the alley, and they were visitors from West Virginia who were visiting their son down at Fort Sill, Dawn and her husband Tim, and
Keep talking, I'm gonna show them this.
they drove by the cottage and stopped to see if they could say hello. So they had been visiting with us. I gave Dawn a tour of the cottage, and she brought me a very, very nice gift that I will show
it's
you.
beautiful, yeah.
That I will show you. A thrifted gift, my favorite kind, that I will show you probably on the Sunday show. Anyhow, it was delightful to meet the two of them. Thank you for coming by. And it was an unexpected thing for them and for us, but we enjoyed it. So anyhow, I digress. What I wanted to tell you about is I'm very excited because, Stuart, on Monday, I believe it is, we're doing our first, it's almost QVC season.
It's crazy.
So we are getting ready to do our first QVC segment. It's going to be on the second channel, I believe. And I'm going to be showing these wonderful egg trellis tours that last year, maybe the year before too, I can't remember, they sold out before we were even able to show them on TV.
Oh wow, that's true. I forgot about that.
So, but they are part of the Linda Vodder at Home collection on QVC, and we are going to be showing these. They are available now. So if you guys want them, they come in this copper. I've got the galvanized inside that I've got some ivy around. And then this is that kind of more modern, or it could go modern, or it could go farmhouse chic. This is the black wrought iron. And I love all of them. And I'm going to be doing really fun things with these for Easter, probably on the Sunday show. So you can go to just qvc.com, search my name, the Linda Vodder Home Collection, and I'm
Pretty
not.
sure there's a constant link underneath the video.
Yeah, and there's a link underneath the video in the description box. I'm quite frankly, I haven't visited there for a while to see what is still available, but these will be available. And I'll give you an update on what all is still there in inventory for you to buy. We'll give you an update on that too. I still have not hung my lanterns yet. It has turned cold out, and tomorrow we're supposed to get some rain, so I'm thrilled beyond measure. I've got, is it Ramon and Oscar here? And they are the ones that are the craftsmen in getting out, getting the concrete laid. And so once that gets done, I'll have kind of some of the messy stuff behind. But I thought it was kind of neat looking, Stuart, with just the grid of rebar
I did
and
too. When I
sand
walked
that
up,
was
I
there.
thought it was some sort of finished thing for a second. I thought, oh, that does look cool.
It looks kind of bocce ball-esque, kind of. But again, I am thrilled that we're going to be able to get this done before the rain comes tomorrow. And then we will really color match it with the exact color of the walkway and the color that was there before once we do the skim coat. And then that will also fill in the cracks that I've got up here on the porch, which is kind of a little bit cluttered today with the things that are going on. Look at in here, Stuart, though. These are those pots I planted the other day. and my bright light Swiss chard. I'm cold, Stuart. It's hard for me to talk. My bright light Swiss chard is starting to come out.
I see it over there.
Yeah, which reminds me that if you want to participate in the free webinar that the Great Grow Along is putting up on Transformational Thursday, I think. I'm making a presentation on the Great Grow Along, and you can sign up for that seminar. Just go to thegreatgrowalong.com. I've also put information on my Instagram account. You can sign up and you can register, and you can take the workshop in addition to many, many other great presenters. And then after that, I will be there live and people can ask me questions. So cool. We're going to be doing that on Thursday after we get a little bit more of this stuff going. So Stuart, what other things do we need to give an update on? I think there will be, once the patio gets in place, I think there will be...
No, they haven't really seen this angle of the patio.
Okay, the angle of the patio. Don't you love the herringbone brickwork?
It's gonna look really good.
And
starting to look like Linda.
I was out here yesterday with them, Stuart, positioning stones and doing the infill to get it just the way I wanted.
I figured you would.
It still looks a little... You can see where the front
this is
part,
where it gets into Linda's. Linda needs to decide these things a little bit.
And this is one of my favorite things, is to put the infill in between there, sweep it in, pack it down, just the right amount of gravel and dirt. And by the way, we did mix in some dirt with this, so I can get some things to grow in between the pavers.
And how much bigger it kind of looks than it did back when we were all kind of having that discussion of, is there enough room?
Yeah, a lot bigger, because look at how close we can get up to the house now. And once this gets into place, we can start planting some of the hollies, but we've got to wait for this work to get done. It's kind of like, it's a set of dominoes. One thing needs to fall before the other does. Now, does it still look a little bit too clean and too light gray on the flagstone? Yes, it does, but you can already see this section that has the infill looks darker. We will dirty it up as we progress, and then obviously over time, as it gets...
It's starting to feel like the fairy tale backyard.
It is starting to kind of feel that way. Well, I took my favorite elements and incorporated them here in a little bit more formal way, which I am concerned, Stuart, don't fall,
yeah, I felt the
step
edge.
Backwards. I get a little bit concerned because I think if I'm not careful, Cottage can get to be a little too cutesy, too cottagey cutesy, and I don't consider myself to be a cutesy kind of person. I like to think, rightly or wrongly, I like to think I'm a little bit more sophisticated and elegant than that. So so I want to be careful that I don't make it look too cutesy. I don't know how else to put it. Too sweet. And a cottage, not that there's anything wrong with that, it just doesn't fit my personality, because I don't consider myself to have a sweetsy, cutesy kind of personality. So we will continue with that thematic, and it will be a little bit more formal. And even though there will be a cottage garden here.
Wow, they've gotten a lot in.
Yeah, look at how fast this is going. All these big trucks.
I know.
If you've got a little grand or a little kid, that girl or boy that likes to watch big trucks, this might be something fun for them to watch. So Stuart, I'm kind of chilly.
Yeah, I think we could be done.
And I've got a virtual meeting with Nick, a designer at Lowe's, to talk about the built-in cabinetry for my laundry room. So we're going to be talking about that, and then I'm going to be doing a podcast with my friend Sherry at Victory Girl, and we will make sure to post that podcast as well. So lots and lots and lots of stuff going on today. I keep feeling like I have forgotten something.
Oh, good. More videos to come.
More videos to come, more opportunities to share with you guys here at Hill Cottage. Well, I really feel like a big weight has lifted because the basement work we had to have done got finalized this week. We laid some of the concrete. We've done some of the fun things in the front, which means that we're almost ready to start on the actual gardening part. And I'm doing some indoor gardening too. Oh my goodness, so much going on, Stuart. We're going to take a visit to the greenhouse where all my little darlings have been stored over the winter. I'm going to bring some selective special ones back. We're going to make some flower arrangements. I'm going to show you some really inexpensive, fun, little touches of graciousness, I think, that we can all execute very easily. And then I'm going to show you my patio that is finished in the front. I'm ready to start doing some entertaining. And I guess, Stuart, we should get ready to get this show on the road.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. About you, but I think this explosion of pink and green is really beautiful and it screams spring. If you have watched this channel for any length of time, you know that one luxury I never deny myself is that of having fresh flowers in my home every week, either from my garden or if I have to purchase them. I would go without food before I think I would go without fresh flowers. Last week I did that St. Patrick's Day inspired arrangement that had those beautiful limey green carnations in them, which are still basically going strong. It had some bicolored hydrangeas, some mums that had kind of an ashes of roses color tint to them. The arrangement, I think, was really, really beautiful. And I asked a question of the week that is one of my favorite category of responses I've ever gotten, and that was, what is one common flower that you think is underused that you typically can buy at your florist or at your grocery store that is inexpensive but that is beautiful, especially in moss? And my example for last week was these gorgeous carnations, but so many of you responded with that perennial favorite called Ostromeria. Now this is one that in my Zone 7B garden I can't grow, but it is everywhere in grocery stores, in florists, just about wherever you buy your cut flowers. And I for some reason, I don't know why, I did not think about using it in moss as you all suggested. So you were my muse for this week. Happily, they also had it. Sometimes I'm not always thrilled with the colors that it comes in, but this week at Trader Joe's, they had these gorgeous, look at that, isn't that just beautiful?
Looks like it's painted on there.
This dark ballerina pink with these wonderful striations of green. Can you see that? Mm-hmm. And I just love the way that looked. And then I got even more enthusiastic when I saw these beautiful ranunculus. And they actually were in very, very good form and they looked very fresh. Typically, it's a flower I don't buy a whole lot of because I haven't found in my experience that they're that long lasting in the vase. But this color echo between the Ostromeria and the ranunculus was just so spectacular I couldn't deny myself. And also, like I say, they had these beautiful pink ones that I don't see quite often in the grocery store. And that's my question of the day. Do you often find that the colors of Ostromeria in the grocery stores are kind of meh? Or do you like them? And then since it was so successful, I got such great response with what is another common flower that you think its elegance can be upgraded in the way you style it. Please give me another suggestion and maybe that will be my muse for next week. So I bought masses of these bouquets of $4.99 ranunculus. Maybe they were even $3.99. I can't remember. I think I bought 4 bunches. I bought 1 bunch of the ranunculus. Those were $6.99. And then I just loved this filler. Now this composition actually is something that I saw a version of years ago in a magazine. It's been in my tear sheet file for quite a while. I couldn't find it again to consult it, but nevertheless, it was so embedded in my mind that I was able to recreate it pretty well, I think. And I'm not sure what this filler is. The filler was $2.99. I got 2 bunches of it, but I think the whole effect is very, very early spring, especially because I positioned it, or I composed it rather, inside this segment of bark, or a segment of trunk that still had all of its bark outline on it. And I just loved it. And Stuart, right here is where we need to put up that link to how you can make a bark covered vase. I did this as a project for Southern Living around Christmas time one year. It was one of our more popular segments, and it's a way that you can get this look if you don't have a segment of tree trunk that you can style this way. Now this segment is hollow, and I just put a leftover plastic container in there to make it waterproof. Likewise, this tiny one also is just a segment of trunk, and I put a shorter, I believe it was a pint size container in here. In this one, I pretty much stuck to the Ostromeria and the ranunculus and the greenery, but in here, still going strong, are some of those chartreuse colored carnations that I think are ever so sweet in here. I just recut them again, added more of that filler, and then also some brackets of the arborvitae that I cut from my own yard. And I think the effect is really very early spring. Do you, Stuart?
It looks good.
Yes, I'm very, very pleased. I think it's very feminine, and I think it will last a long time. If the ranunculus don't last, I can just pull them out, and the Ostromeria, as you have noted, will continue to beautify this corner of my island for a very, very long time. Pretty soon, I'm going to be using these arrangements and some other entertaining tips that I have in store for you on my new patio, which we are going to show you is now complete. Granted, there's no gardens around it, but it is now complete, and towards the end of the show, I'm going to show you how it turned out. Yes, I forgot I even had that. Well, Stuart, today we are at a friend's greenhouse where so many, too many, of my potted plants from the other house have come here to overwinter. And I wanted to visit today for a couple of reasons. I'm going to bring a few things home with me to take back for inside the cottage, and we're going to have to work fast because if not, we're both going to melt.
Yeah, it's a hot summer day in here.
Susu, Stuart's mom, is here too, and it may be chilly outside, but boy, is it stuffy.
It is definitely a hot summer
in
day.
here. So what I want to do is kind of take an inventory, because I always forget what I have in storage, of what plants I have, because I want to, as I said, I want to use some of them inside the cottage, but more importantly, I want to see what I have as I start thinking about where they may be staged outside in the overall garden design, both in the front and the back, and kind of get an idea in my head of where they'll be positioned. Now, I'm always overwhelmed when I come back to see them because it's like visiting old friends. Sometimes they've spent a very happy winter and they're healthy and glad to see me. And sometimes it may have been a really hard winter and not so much. But I can say that this year, look at these Eugenias and how much they've grown. I can't believe these. These are absolutely incredible. And I was showing Susu, be careful, there's lots of things to trip on here.
Okay.
But look at all of these flower heads, which will hopefully translate into olives on these olive trees. And everything is kind of layered in here. So behind this, I've got some Silverado sage.
Let's see if I can get around. Oh.
Some of my dear geraniums, which are looking good, and a lot of these dragon wing / angel wing begonias are also looking very happy. and in good form. Just, oh, look at these geraniums. I just always forget how much I love them, how much I love the scent. I should say pelargoniums, but how much I love their scent. Look at this elephant bush, Stuart. The question is, where am I going to put all of these things? At the new cottage. And I've got some more boxwoods back there. Now, one of the reasons that I'm here is because I thought I remembered that I'm getting ready to do a QVC segment on these wonderful egg obelisks. I mentioned them the other day. They're in, I think so many people went to buy them that they're out of the copper now, but they're still black and galvanized left. So if you want some, we'll put a link below, but you're going to want to scurry to get them, particularly if you want them in multiples, and I typically use them in multiples. So I knew, because I had video from the past, that I'd used them on some boxwood, so we're going to try to excavate those out of there. Look at this other Eugenia back there, Stuart, and how happy it is. And then I cannot believe how much this laurel, Stuart, you may not even recognize it. I didn't at first. This is a laurel that I shopped my garden for.
One of the tiny ones?
One of the tiny ones. Look at how big it is.
I think I remember what it was.
Can you believe that?
It's interesting how it has the same kind of shape as it did when it was, I think I remember you limbed it up, right?
But yes, but it's really, really happy. And
wow.
I think maybe underneath here are some babies of that. So I need to excavate those. And of course, what I want to do is just take them all home right now, but it's supposed to get down in the 20s tonight.
Well, yeah, I could think of one reason that you came here today.
What's that?
You missed your plants.
I did miss my plants. I mean,
Jeez.
It's like visiting old friends. I really miss them. And I hate to say it, but I forgot about some of them. I've got Little Miss Figgies in here.
I don't think anyone could blame you.
Little Miss Figgies from the Southern Living Plant Collection, and I think I may know perhaps where one of these is going to live. And then back here I was missing, I couldn't find them because everything in here is kind of clustered together. Excuse me.
She says to the plant.
I say to the plant. She says to the plant. Some of my bigger olive trees, someone was asking me about where they went, and some of the bigger ones are back here. And don't you just love them, Stuart?
Yeah.
Don't you just gotta love them? And then in addition to my darlings that are in here, Susu, you've got to smell the fragrance of some of these flowers on the citrus that are in here. Oh my gosh, it's absolutely divine. And it also reminds me that some of this foxtail fern is going to be great in my front yard. And
I know it's not yours, but that big guy over there sure is cool.
Oh, isn't this unbelievable? This aloe.
Stand next to it so we can get a
yeah, so you can get a
size.
Yeah, these are in graping pots, and I believe these belong to some clients that overwinter in here and then go back into place. Now this would take a pretty grand porch or grand entrance.
You could say that.
For things of this grand stature.
I mean, you got to kind of worry it might eat you on the way in.
Or poke your eye out. But it's absolutely incredible, and I do love it so. This looks like it is a Harry Lauder's walking stick.
I love the way that
in
branch
topiary form.
kind of wiggles back and forth.
Yes.
It's pretty cool.
This is a Contorta Black Locust. Okay, I am coveting that. And once again, I realized that my biggest thing is going to be to practice restraint at the cottage, because I still have a lot of room, but I don't have quite as much as I had before. And on top of it, I'm really wanting things to not be too cluttered. Now, I'm still cogitating about having a small greenhouse, and I'm learning undecided about it.
Okay,
as you
cogitating means considering?
Considering,
okay, cool. Thinking. I like it. I learn new words.
You learn new words. But it's just, I go back and forth and back and forth. And if any of you who follow my channel, you know this about me, that to me, decision making is a very free-form exercise, because I will think almost 100% I know what I'm going to do, and then I'll get new information, or I'll live there a little bit longer, and then I'll change my mind. And I think that's a mark of good character and wisdom, to be willing to change your mind after new information comes in.
Absolutely. It's the whole creative process, really.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that anyway. So, Stuart, you, I think, are going to have to get out from behind the camera. I just love these begonias. They even love Oklahoma, so they are true stalwarts of the garden. Here's another one of those wonderful Miss Figgies. There's been a slight delay in our getting all of the Southern Living plants, and Miss Figgy is in their is in the edible portion of their Southern Living collection. I think it's going to have to be until the first part of April, because we're working around the weather right now, Stuart, and we've got to take that into consideration, not just on our end, but on their end too. But it will be a happy day when it arrives. So, Stuart, are you ready to step from behind the camera and help me lug a few of these things? And by the way, it's hard to move plants in my little tiny Fiat Dot. So Stuart helps me on that account too. Stuart is pretty much indispensable on many, many levels. So on this very steamy, by the time you see this, it'll probably be on Sunday, which will be my brother's birthday, my brother Dave's birthday. Happy birthday, Dave. But today it is St. Patrick's Day, and I had my green jacket on, but it's a little too steamy. And Stuart, somebody's going to pinch you because you don't have much green on.
This is green and this blue.
Okay. I don't know.
And I got green in my shoes.
Does that count, Susu?
The shoes do.
Okay. Well.
All right, let's show you.
Okay, I made a little more dramatic statement.
Sorry for the quick
green
swipe.
On the green. So signing off for now. Before I melt, this is a good time to take a break. Well, I've shared before that I had ordered some things for the cottage a while back, and I'm still waiting on 2 of those things, but I did receive one of the 3 major pieces of furniture that I was hoping would get here pretty soon, and finally these arrived. I love these woven leather bar stools. I don't know why that's hard for me to say. These are not backless. I decided to go with the back because they're a little bit more comfortable, and I just love the way they look. Hubs and I have eaten at the counter, and we can testify to their comfort. And I like the fact that they have a back, so if little ones are sitting in them, then that won't make me quite so nervous about them toppling over, and I really like the way they look. But come in here, because another one of the things that I'm waiting for is a settee, a Tangier 65-inch velvet settee from our house. And right here, Stuart, let's put a picture of the one that I have ordered. I'm waiting for it to arrive. I think it's supposed to get here this month. I'll have to ask John Turman to do a little check on that, a status update on the tracking. And when that settee arrives, I'm going to move this chair that's in this corner right now to the other corner, and at least this is how I envision it so far. You guys know I always change my mind, but it will be right here, and I think what that will do is give a nice division between the kitchen and the parlor and make me feel as if they are distinctly 2 different rooms. And even though I like the fact that this is open, I also like the fact of some kind of like psychological wall that is right here. So over in this space, now I wish I was able to access in the basement all of my Easter decorations. I don't have a lot, but I have a few, and right now they were in the bowels of all of of the storage shelves and the storage bins that are downstairs in the basement, which, as I alluded to earlier, has just been waterproofed. So I'm having to be a little bit more creative with my Easter decorations, and this year I did buy a new one for the parlor, and it is this sweet stone bunny planter. I saw this, a friend of mine had one. She actually got it at a shop someplace in Indiana, but I was able to find it online, and I ordered myself one because I think it is so sweet. It even comes with its own saucer. You can see some of the packaging is still there. And when I first saw it, I envisioned putting a small fern in here, or more specifically, I envisioned putting a small, maybe 4-inch pot of moss. But I ended up putting this, oh, I don't know what kind of succulent it is, but it's got these kind of furry leaves that remind me of bunny's ears, and I thought that seemed a little bit more appropriate. And then I just tucked some little clay eggs in there, and I think it's really sweet. I think it's sweet without being, as I've said earlier, not too cutesy, but I like the way it turned out. And then I had some of this seltzer that came in some packaging, which looks to me just like dried real grasses, and I tucked it around the perimeter. And as I was styling it, I thought, you know, there are so many options that we can use for Easter grass in our baskets and in our Easter decorating that aren't that kind of cheesy, I don't even know, what is it made of, Stuart? Kind of like a vinyl or
I know you're talking
some
about,
kind of that plastic grass that delighted us when we were kids, but now I just can see it ending up in a landfill. So there's different alternatives, and happily a lot of them are free. So this was some packaging that I got. I want to say it came in a package, a box maybe, of candles, and it was protecting the candles. And then I got something in the mail the other day that was also glass, and it had some of this lavender shredded paper, which I thought would also make...
Did you just say lavender?
Yes, doesn't that look lavender to you?
Oh, the color of it. It looked white to me.
Yeah, well, the color of it actually has a hint of lavender to it. You can see it now. And I thought that would make brilliant Easter grass. And isn't this Easter basket adorable?
It's pretty
And it was made by my sister in North Carolina, no less, from some of the things on her property, and she hand wove this, so it's especially dear to me. So this would be another type of Easter grass that is not quite so, not quite so cheap looking. And then of course you can do real grass, and I've demonstrated how to do real grass before just by using an annual grass that you just plant in pots and you let it germinate, and then you have real Easter grass. And then of course you can also get some kind of moss. You can get this at your craft store. If you are so lucky to have it growing in your own landscape, you can harvest some of it, and it looks beautiful too. And then lastly, Stuart, let's move across the room over here. I'm going to put a link below to some of my favorite Easter finds this year. I typically always kind of go natural Easter instead of bright and colorful plasticky kind of Easter. And this Easter bowl follows in those same lines. So this is another type of packing material I got, and I love the way it looks. It looks kind of like straw. And then you can get these wooden eggs just very inexpensively from a number of different places. And then I got a gift from someone, and it had this sweet little carrot that looks to me like it's just string that's been dyed and woven around a carrot form. At any rate, some of these products you can find online, and I'll put them together with some of my other Easter favorites for this year. And then I've got them tucked into this bowl that was made out of some storm-damaged tree trunks from my wonderful oak tree at the former house. So there's just a little bit of Easter decor and a few Easter tips and alternatives to Easter grass. Now I've got entertaining on the mind, Stuart, so let's go back to the kitchen island. Well, I love things that I consider to be inexpensive little daily niceties, just little things that lend a note of graciousness to your day-to-day life. And when I went to Trader Joe's, and by the way, I say Trader Joe's a lot, you could find these same kinds of things in a number of different places if you're just observant. But at the front, you know, they'll have these kind of point of purchase displays at the front of the store, and they had this inexpensive wine there. It's kind of a sparkling white wine, and of course it was very inexpensive. It was $4.99. That's why it was at the front of the store, I think, because it was such a good deal. But what drew me to it was this absolutely glorious color of green. I loved the green color of the bottle. I loved the tall, slender shape of the bottle. So just like in the garden, I kind of am attracted to things by line, shape, and form in addition to color. That's also how I tend to look at things indoors. So when I saw this, I immediately thought, well, I don't really care if the wine tastes good at all, but I love the bottle. I love the bottle, and I'm going to get 3 of them because how delightful would it be out on my new patio, Stuart, if it's the middle of the day and I just want to serve cold water, or I want to serve cold iced tea or something, that I serve it out of one of these beautiful green bottles on a green tray like this with some coordinating napkins, and then maybe I would still have a leftover because they might make it all the way to the summertime, Stuart. These green carnations are lasting so long in this green reused candle container that I just took the label off of and repurposed it as a vase, just as I did with this bottle of wine. And by the way, it wasn't such a bad bottle of wine. So for just a very inexpensive amount of money and the joy of drinking this bottle of wine, I got something that I think will really make a statement. And if you felt this, Stuart, you'll know that I keep one of these in my refrigerator at all times. So if I want, because I never use plastic bottled water at my house, and we have, fortunately and happily, we have very good tasting water here out of the tap in Oklahoma City. So I just keep tap water in there. But I also think in the summertime, you're out working in your yard, you're really, really hot. How wonderful would it be to just grab a bottle of cool water that's maybe been infused with lemon balm or some kind of herb or lime or wedges of clementine. I think it would just be really, really delicious. And again, just add kind of a note of graciousness to your outdoor entertaining. And even if you're just entertaining yourself, I think it's kind of nice. And then I can also envision using it with some green glassware. I
like that cup.
Don't you?
Cup, is that what that is?
This is just a water glass. Hubs really likes these too, and the reason I like them is they've got this kind of bubbled motif. I got these when I was really hoping I could infuse more green into my home, but what's nice about it is it doesn't slip out of your hand.
Yeah, it's got grip.
Because it's highly textured. And then I also, because I have so many girlfriends who love drinking champagne and sparkling wines, I also treated myself to getting some wine, I should say champagne glasses for them. You can see I haven't even taken off the sticker yet. So just a few little things that were relatively inexpensive. Stuart's giving me the look. Okay, I've got, is my calic just
There was just one spot in the back.
I have no control over my calyx.
People saw it and they all wanted to tell you, hey, just fix that little spot.
Well, and sometimes they blame you for it, Stuart. They say, Stuart, you need to tell Linda that her hair is messing up.
Well, it's hard to decide when to tell you, right?
Because it's hard to know when my calyx are gonna misbehave. Okay, before we get too much, before we get too carried away with my misbehaving hair, I want to show you another bottle trick. And I promise you we're not luscious around here. But if I see a bottle that I just really love the line and shape of it, then I'm inclined not to put it in the recycling bin, but to save it. And there's a particular kind of whiskey that my menfolk and I, on occasion, like to drink, especially in the winter time. And so I've been saving the bottles because I knew that they would just look wonderful. 3 across the table outside. Wouldn't that just look great, Stuart? Illuminating the evening air. here. And again, I just love the shape of them. I just soak them in a bin of soapy water. It takes a while, actually. Use a little bit of Gooby Gone, and then I've got them pretty much ready to go. Now, in the past, I have showed you these bottle inserts that can go into, well, they can be stuck into almost anything. I've used them in flower arrangements. I've used them in potted plants. And I have heretofore used them even in bottles like this. But what I found was they just weren't very secure, and I didn't like the look of that stake down into the opening of the jar. Does that disturb you, Stuart?
No, but I can see how it might.
It might bother me. So I found these online, and not only do I like them because they've got a certain kind of simple Scandinavian elegance to them, but I also like them because they fit in here very, very neatly. And I also like them because they've got a stake in the center. So the candle does not go wobbly. And you can position it in the center, and then you can just kind of adjust it until it is standing up and flying right, just the way you want them to. And so I can anticipate outside on my patio or on my dining table outside in the summertime, having 3 of these lined up. I could embellish these little candle holder rims. They kind of are like a babeche, and I could put greenery, little flowers around them. I could do something to make it a little bit more decorative, but I just really like the clean lines and the simple elegance of it. But then also they just make a great empty bottle if you wanted to have something in
That'd be another cool water jug.
Another cool water jug. Yes, absolutely. But it would also be great if you like to make your own infused vinegars or infused oils. It would be beautiful as well. Or you could even use some of these in your bathroom, and you could put bath salts in these. You could put bath oils, lotions, things like that in there. Bath salts is kind of what comes to mind. Maybe some lavender infused salts that you make yourself. So that's just another one of these kind of daily little niceties that I think you can do rather inexpensively, just by being attentive and then thinking how you can multi-purpose something and use it in another way. Now, Stuart, do you think we finally need to go outside and reveal?
Let's check it out.
Reveal the patio. Let's do it. Well, Stuart, I think that you can see now that at least for my purposes and my preferences, I have more than enough space here on this patio for guests to arrive and come sit out here with me. I'll probably have a little bit larger table in the center. It's just going to be coffee table height. I'm not going to put a big dining table out here or anything. And I think there is enough room to really walk around because any plantings are going to be up against the house, so there is room to walk around whichever direction I'm coming from, because the plantings will be outside the perimeter, the outline of where this stone and brick is. And boy, were people interested in seeing how this came together.
Yeah, that might have been our most popular video.
Pretty unbelievable. Some of you had asked, did I save some of the bricks that had writing on them from my other house? And yes, I did. Some of them are actually going to be used in the back as well. The other thing that we saved were some of the bricks that were in the garage and that were original to the house or to the fence, and they had extras of them, and that's these bricks here. So while most of them are set with a full profile, these were set on the vertical because the inside, or the wide profile of these, has holes in it. And so I wanted the texture of this, but I also like the kind of contrast between the two different sizes and the two different shapes. I really like the way that looks. I will like it even better as it ages over time. It gets dirtied up. I'll especially like it better when it's surrounded with all sorts of greenery. But I think it looks pretty great right now, and it's a bit chilly today. But Stuart, when it was a little bit bit warmer a couple of days ago. After it was finished, I sat outside
Nice.
and thoroughly enjoyed it. And in fact, after we worked out this morning, my friend Lisa and I sat out here, and we were still all, we were still all hot from being on the treadmill and lifting weights, and so we came out here and it was very, very pleasant. Now, some of the pots that I got, we didn't bring home a lot from the greenhouse, did we, Stuart?
Not a whole lot.
But boy, stuff was happy there, and I can't wait to get some of those things home. But there
What
were
a piece of summertime in there.
it was. Let's say it was just warm and cozy in there, a little too warm and cozy. But I brought home just a few things. Some of them are inside. This is one of my boxwood topiary with a little upstart coming out of it. And by the way, if I wanted to transform this 1-ball topiary into a 2-ball topiary, bless you, goodness, bless you.
It's always 2.
Are you? It's always 2?
Sometimes 3, but usually at least 2.
Well, that's your lucky number. But this is what I could do. I could start it, let it continue to grow tall, and then pinch it out, and then this section would start to grow wide and make another ball.
That always amazed me that that's true.
Yeah,
I just wouldn't expect. I don't know. You think? I don't know
how it's done.
Yeah.
Well, I do wish this was in the center, but nevertheless, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. But this guy was pretty happy and will be happy here, keeping the patio company. Now the concrete has been laid. You can see that now that it's dried, it's a little bit of a different color. There will be another coating on it and the porch that will be much more closely aligned to the rest of the concrete that's in place. But I think it's starting to shape up nicely.
You could say that.
And I really like, I like the way it looks. I am so anxious to get the plantings in place. Sadly, I thought that a lot of them were going to arrive on the 27th, but we've got a little bit of a cold spell. And when plants are being shipped from cross country, like these Southern Living plants are, it's not only just what is the weather here when they arrive, but what is the weather there when they ship. So that's a consideration, but I anticipate that we will start seeing them around the first part of April, which is okay because I've got lots of speaking engagements coming up, Stuart. I'm going to be in Enid, Oklahoma, not too long from there. Now I'm going to be talking to Impact Oklahoma. I've got numerous book clubs and garden clubs that I'll be continuing to visit with. So I'll have enough, I think, to keep me busy.
I think so.
I think so. So do you approve, Stuart? Do you approve of the way it's looking?
Yes.
And I think this week we will begin to work on the window box. So there you go. There is the final patio, some little pleasantries to hopefully enhance the quality of your life. And I hope you guys get out and have a wonderful quality of life on this Sunday. Well, hello everyone and welcome to our channel. If you are a new subscriber, a special welcome to you. If you are not and you've been watching for a long time, make sure to give us a thumbs up. Tell other people about it if you enjoy this channel as we start a new garden at the cottage on the hill, Stuart. So you may notice that my big mound of plants behind me is getting smaller. More and more of these are moving to the front, and for those of you that were worried I may have way too many plants, never fear, because I promise you they are being rapidly eaten up by all of the real estate in the front yard. Some other things are going to be moving to the front too. Well, just a number of things. So Stuart, what do you say? Let's get started.
Let's do it.
And the work continues. We took a momentary break to admire the white cat with the purple tail, and I think at this point we need to insert that, Matt.
We will show 'em.
We got some footage of a cat with a purple tail with a matching purple collar. It was quite something. So the work continues. The window box is going to go into place today. Now they're cutting some braces for it right now, some lateral supports, which will help really fortify its rather formidable weight. We're going to put another coat of paint on the back side. Now, someone asked me, do I mind some of the little dings and things that are in the window box? Well, that's the nature of the wood. This is rough cedar, and so it's got some imperfections, and that's perfectly fine with me. There's some additional trim work that will go on once it's in place. And then after that, I'm having some metal liners made that will be drilled, so there will be adequate drainage. But right now, we just want to make sure that it will stay in place. It's not going to be attached to the wall. It will be supported by this section of sidewalk and by some braces that they're going to be installing. So what I want to get right now is just an idea of what it's going to look like and the visual weight and presence it will have on this side. Now, one of the reasons, in addition to its intrinsic charm, that I wanted to put a window box in this location is because you will notice that the window sill is not even. There's been settling. This is an old house, and once that's in place, all of the plants that are installed into the window box will camouflage all of that the uneven quality of that window, and it will also give me a little bit more privacy inside. I've got the window blind now, just so you can kind of see what it looks like. Now, great progress has been made. I've shown some little snippets of its installation, but finally, the porch and the walkway has dried and cured enough that we can start putting things back in place, and I can start getting my mail again. We can walk on it now. And this old aged brick so beautifully frames the walkway. You'll recall that I had this along my driveway at the Fairy Tale house, and I love the way it looks, and I love the way it really gives all of this presence, and it accentuates the view from the sidewalk up to the porch, which will then be further enhanced by the pots, the finials, and things that we'll be putting into place here pretty quickly. And I cannot wait for that, because I will not only get an idea of what the porch will look like when it's pretty finished, but I will also have them gone from this area, or the majority of them gone from this area, so I can begin to envision what this space will look like. I have an idea that's starting to formulate in my head now, with a key component, which is going to be some of the Miss Lemon abelias that we're going to plant later this afternoon. It's very muggy out here. It's going to get up into, what is it, you guys?
It's
up
warm,
into the
yeah.
mid to high 80s, I think, today.
AC came on in my house, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And I'm hoping we'll get some rain out of it, but it just sadly keeps seeming to miss us. But we're going to be doing all of that, and we're going to kind of finish some other projects that we've got going along this grid. And we'll be showing some of that. So right now, I've just got all of the puzzle pieces here for the most part, and it's time to start putting them into place. And I'm going to be doing some more container planting, lots of soil amendment, but I continue to be pretty pleased with the quality of the soil here. So my two men right here at the tip of the spear, again, are Sergio and Javier, who are here helping make all of this magic happen. So that's our installment for now, and we'll come back a little bit later to see what else has taken place. I ordered the Birch Luxe mattress, and I put it on top of my box springs because I like a bed that sits kind of high. And then I also got the topper for it that makes it that much softer and gives us that much more of a cushiony feel to get a good night's rest. Birch mattresses are not only non-toxic, but they're made right here in America and are crafted with organic and natural materials. So with every Birch mattress, you get a 100-night sleep trial and a 25-year warranty.
I love my Birch mattress, and I think you will too. If you're looking for a new bed, check out Birch. You can click the link below or go to birchliving.com/Vaughter and get 20% off your mattress and 2 free pillows. And if you're looking for a mattress for your little ones, also check out the new Birch Kids line.
So I've got the large pieces of flagstone in place. This segment of video I want to do for you so you can kind of see a before and an after. We've positioned the beautiful flagstone that will come back around and we'll meet up. I've described this many times before, but we'll come back and meet up with the walkway. And this may be one of my favorite things, is when I see a plant that's going to have its perfect application. And I immediately saw, once these flagstones were in place, how beautiful this Miss Lemonabelia is going to look, being very flouncy and feminine along the side of the walkway without being prickly and without in any way impeding passage. So this will be beautiful. The other reason that I love it from a design standpoint is because it's variegated and it's light and it's lemony. And because of that, it will kind of illuminate this corner that might be a little, that, you know, could trend a little bit dark because of what's going on here. So I love that. It will also inspire some secondary things and some seasonal color that I'll want to have around in here, particularly in the spring. So Stuart, if you could very carefully turn around, at your feet are some sweet, sweet daffodils.
I almost lost it. There we go.
And these daffodils were planted by the previous owner, but I think probably what I will do as we're planting this area is reposition some of these little darlings. I've also got some in the back, and plant them along this walkway, which I think will be very dear with the Miss Lemonabelia. And obviously we're going to have to improve the soil. Now for right now, yesterday I kind of made, it was a decision-making process of which of these plants are going to stay. In other words, which of these large boxwood topiary are going to stay in this vicinity. And I pretty much decided that I just loved, when I was walking from the south to the north towards the cottage on the hill, I just loved the way these statuesque topiaries looked right here in this corner. So they will stay here, and I might also elevate this urn. I think the urn is going to stay here too. And I love the way the pattern of this obelisk here, of this egg-shaped trellis, matches the window grid. So I love that. So I'm thinking through that. I think I've got a thematic for this corner now. I've got a vibe going. And once I get in my head kind of a design theme, then that's for me where the fun part begins. Then I'm just playing over here. I'm not really designing anymore. I'm just playing, and as a gardener, I'm having fun.
Just a kid in a sandbox.
Just a kid in a sandbox, Stuart. The other thing that I decided when I look from a vantage point rather far away is how much I just love being able to see the brickwork without much foundation planting around the base. So at the base of this semicircular area of the porch, I just love the way the brickwork looks, with some of the bricks on the vertical and some on the horizontal. I love the way that looks, and I don't want to camouflage that too much. So that's my thinking about all of this going on in this corner, but I wanted to talk about it a little bit in a before state so that you can really appreciate the changes that are made when it's in its after state not too long from now. And right now, Stuart, I am itching to get these finials back where they belong on the corner of the porch. So that may be the very next thing that we need to do. So can you guys see my vision here?
I think they can, and we're going to give them some wide shots and stuff.
We'll give you some wide shots, take some before and after, so you can kind of really see what I think is happening in this little corner of the cottage. it was a last minute decision at the old house to take these finials, these artichoke finials or pine cone finials or pineapple finials, whatever they are. It was a last minute decision to take them from the other house, and I am so glad I did.
Me too.
Because I think, first of all, Stuart and I like their familiarity, but I also love the fact that these are the perfect punctuation points for the cottage. And they also are doing something that I've realized I've wanted to do over time as the design evolves, and that is touches of grandeur that are still humble enough to match the stature of the cottage. So, for example, the brick walkway down to the urns is both rustic and old, and it's aged brick, but it lends a degree of formality and grandeur that I think is not so over the top and overstated that it really is too much for the humility and the humble quality of a cottage. So I like that tension between kind of grand gestures that have been toned down to meet the personality of the cottage. Well, I think the trick to starting a garden from scratch is thinking 2 steps ahead of what is currently being done. So while they are planting things, I am already anxious to get out onto that social patio and drink my coffee and have a glass of wine. So I'm thinking about staging it. Now, you guys know that whenever possible, I like to reuse and repurpose things that I already have. This is a metal stand for a table that in its past life was, of course, used as a table, but those of you who have watched for a while might remember that I turned it upside down. Do you remember this, Stuart?
I do, yeah.
And I put a concrete bird bath in it, and then the bottom was completely covered by plants growing around it. But now I think I'm going to take it back to its origins. I may or may not paint it because I'm kind of liking the rustic look of this gray. And then what I think I'm going to do is order a tabletop. I've been measuring it, and it is 31, 32 inches, so it might be that I can find a 36-inch outdoor tabletop that will fit it exactly. When I get to the front, I'm going to see if this is the right circumference of a table that I want, or if I want something a little bit lower. This one is 28 inches high, so we're going to check that out. The other thing that a little bit later we'll be moving to the front yard, and boy, am I glad I did this. Late in the planting season for tulips, I found 2 bags of tulips I had not yet planted. And I don't think I planted these until the end of December or in January, and I just planted them in these huge pots. Well, now some of these are going to move to the front, and even though I despaired that I wasn't going to have any tulips at Easter time, I think indeed I will have a few anyway.
Very nice.
And then the other thing that's going to move to the front, some of you may recognize this concrete Easter basket. Do you recognize that, Stuart?
Do, yep.
Okay.
I've been watching this whole time.
That is very, very heavy, and it's going to move to the front in time for Easter. I'm not sure exactly where it will be placed, and then I've got some more tulips in there. So I'm starting to think about these other things that will be staged in the front.
I just realized something.
What's that?
There's probably a large chunk of viewers who have no idea how much of a tulip lady you actually are.
Oh, that's right. I am a
I mean, you might have been known as the tulip lady for a while.
gardener. And normally right now I'd have about 1,000 tulips blooming in my front yard. But this is equally as fun. Getting started and trying some new things has been just absolutely a kick for me.
I'll just have to put up some pictures maybe so people can see.
Yes, and remember, once the front gets finished, and I would say we're about 2 weeks from the front, being almost completely finished, and the side, then we start on the backyard, and we're going to start out by doing these steps here, which are just pretty atrocious. Okay, so Stuart, let's go to the front. And we are going to do something kind of fun here with that gate, but that remains to be seen. So I needed some kind of gardening interest on the east side. Stuart, be
I'm
very
being very
careful on
careful.
that hill, on the east side and flanking the big chimney. So I had 2 of these extra pots, and I think these will be brilliant here. They're large enough, so even though I'll have to water them by hand, I'm not going to have to water them that frequently. I have yet to decide what's going to go in them, but I think they look great here, and it gives me the opportunity. Here's a great tip. It gives me the opportunity to have green things in an area that I cannot plant, because I would love to have 2 statuesque hollies or something here, but obviously I can't plant through concrete. That leads me to my question of the day. What is the most innovative way that you have used a planter in the context of your garden? Someplace where it solved a gardening problem for you. A really massive container solved some kind of gardening issue that you were struggling with. So this area, obviously all of these, I say obviously, but if you're new to this channel, maybe you don't know, these square 12 by 12 pavers are all coming out. And this walkway, and you can see we've already removed a number of them, Stuart. This walkway is going to be graded so that it's flat, not quite so treacherous to walk upon. And then we're going to put in flagstones that match the patio area, because I love the way that will make it harmonious and continuous throughout the space, from the patio all the way to the backyard. So this is kind of what we're working on right now. And because these had great potential, these 12 by 12 pavers, you can see that I've already removed a number of them, and I'm repurposing them in an innovative way, I think, in the front, and I'm going to show you that. Stuart, say hello to the Chinese.
We got to stop by here for a
viburnum.
second. It's
Lemon
already
its
looking
head off
pretty.
just in time for Easter. Pretty soon I will start pruning that up as I did the one at my old house. Now, in addition to, you know, the fun parts of landscaping and the fun parts of gardening, is the stuff that's not so fun but very, very important. And because I don't have gutters, and so many of you have asked, gutters are just difficult on this kind of roof line. I'm still working through all of that, talking to specialists, talking to experts who can help me mitigate some of the problems of this kind of roof line. One of the problems being that when it rains really, really hard, water just kind of comes down in sheets right here. And then it obviously goes into the drain. So what we're going to do is kind of make a dry riverbed back in here. This is some gravel that is being repurposed. It was removed from another job that Kayla had.
A little bigger than your standard.
A little
gravel.
bigger, and it's going to be gifted to me. And then probably these, at least this one, arborvitaes, will be removed, and I'm going to plant all of my hydrangeas, white weddings, and encore azaleas and things like that in this area, which will be extremely well amended with compost and different kinds of soil additives. And then, of course, this is the area that I said we're going to level off a little bit with some metal edging and some additional dirt. Stuart, it's a good thing that you're a tennis player and you are so agile on your feet, because it makes me nervous when you walk backwards on that incline.
Well, you're talking about fixing it for me, so we're good to go.
If I didn't already show you, I added 2 Oakland hollies right here. I'm still waiting for the ginkgos that will be down here on the street. And they're going to be good for this narrow area in between the sidewalk and the street. So I'm a ginkgo here. I'm a ginkgo here. Sometimes I'm a redbud, Stuart, but today,
I know, we've done this.
Today I am ginkgos.
That was good.
And then I have yet to get a climbing rose that will climb up and over this, and I'll have to provide some kind of support here. A number of you recommended that I take off this screen door here, since it's kind of a door to nowhere, and I probably will do that. I haven't gotten into a lot of the design details on this side yet. One very crucial thing and another practical matter that I took care of was there was no water over here. So I did have a pump installed so I can add a hose to it, water things on this side without having to drag a hose all the way across the walkway in the front or all the way from the back. This will give me easy access to container plantings that I will probably stage around here, and also, and very obviously, when plants first get established, they need additional watering. So I will be taking care of that too. These pavers have yet to be installed, and this will sweep all the way around to the back. Watch your foot there, Stuart. All the way to the back, and then it, as I said, it'll be harmonious. This same type of flagstone will go all the way to the back, connecting to what we have dubbed, and I loved it, I think somebody gave it, one of our followers gave it this moniker, Stuart, and I just really loved it. And
so wait, the name of this has been picked by a follower?
By a follower. The social patio is what they called it.
That's pretty cool.
And
how special that is.
I know, I loved it. Whoever came up with that, they call them, they said you call them a social patio. I can't remember if it was somebody from the South or from Great Britain, but nevertheless, I appreciate that because I have referred to it as that ever since. So the table that I was looking at was about, what did I say? It was about 31, 32 inches.
I think so.
So I could easily move these chairs back a little bit, and that way it would not only be good for drinks, but it would also be good for dining if we decided to just have breakfast out here or something. But again, it may be a little taller than I want. I think, what did I say, it was 28 inches?
Again, I think so.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm still kind of thinking through that. I'll probably just try it out because whenever possible, I want to reuse what I already have, like these chairs, which are probably 30 years old, I think. And they're also the reason that I decided to move them up front because they're very, very heavy and they rock. And I'll probably get cushions for them that will probably match in some way, or at least coordinate with a very small or a small umbrella that I will have here that, yes, I will take down when it gets windy. Now, my next thing I'm so excited about. Look at this window box, Stuart.
I was about to say, have they seen that yet?
Well, I think they have seen the color of it.
Yeah.
And just so you guys can get an idea of how massive this is, it is 117 inches long. Now, fortunately, we have taken measures, and Kayla, who built this for me, has built, I don't know how many window boxes for me and some of the clients that I work with. She really knows how to make them very structurally sound.
I was about to say, it looks that way.
Yeah, formidable. This ain't going anywhere, and there are still some more brackets and pieces that will be put into place a little bit later. Now, if you look, it's very deep, which is good because that means that I can plant small shrubs and things in here, probably boxwood, maybe some of that ivory mist euonymus from Southern Living, I'm not sure, but I can put greenery in here, so this will really be a small landscape in and of itself. I'm so pleased with the color that I went back and forth, and you guys had strong opinions on that, and I understood from a design aspect both solutions. One of the deciding factors was this is already going to be a very hot, very exposed location, and I didn't want to add to that heat in any way by painting it black. And I also like the way it just seems to be a little bit more seamless and doesn't stop the eye. Sometimes I go for high contrast, but quite often I go for something that is just very, very subtly the same throughout the space, and that's why I decided to go with this gray, and I really love it. Now on top, in addition to this and the depth, did we show them the depth?
We did.
Stuart?
Well,
okay.
yeah.
So in addition to it's being rough cedar, which is rot resistant. And some of you commented, did it bother me that there were imperfections and blemishes in it? Well, no, that's the nature of rough cedar. And I actually kind of like it, and it does smell good. Once the liner is in place, and by liner, I mean a metal liner, will sit inside here, and it will be drilled for really good drainage. But that way it will prevent the rough cedar outer box from rotting out prematurely, and I can water it to my heart's content. And because of its depth, again, I can put some things in here that will be pretty large scale. And I think it'll be a wonderful showcase for not only evergreen shrubs, but also for all of the spillers and the seasonal color that I anticipate cascading out over the edge. And I think it will be wonderful. Now, someone asked me, why didn't they do it in 2 different components and break it up? One section here and another section here. Well, that's because then if I want some symmetry and I want to plant an evergreen, 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 I can do that now. If I had 2 separate ones, this is the point where they would meet and I wouldn't be able to plant in there. So this will enable me to have 3 equidistant plants positioned in here. So that's why we did it this way. Once the metal liner is in place, we'll put a cap on it that will frame this out. So there will be a horizontal cap on this, and it will look very, very finished, and I think very exceptional from the street. Now, these are not inexpensive to make, and I acknowledge that, but by the same token, this has the size, the mass, and the visual prominence of a piece of furniture that you would spend a lot of money on.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And yeah, and this is less expensive than a very fine piece of furniture, and it makes a statement, especially in a small garden. So if you're in a courtyard garden or you're in a very, very small garden and you've got lots of concrete or whatever and you can't plant, this is another way as a solution when a container type garden can solve a gardening problem, an area where you would like to have greenery and flowers, but you can't because of some kind of impediment. So I think this is going to be absolutely brilliant. And then under here, we will put more gravel that matches the gravel that will be the mulch in the garden beds in front, and this will just absolutely just fade away and be so profuse with different flowers and plantings. I think it will be wonderful. And then probably I'll do the fun stuff of staging, maybe some lanterns and things like that out here. So I really like that. Notice the layering here as I deadhead my pansies. Notice the layering, that there are things at various levels.
Let me get back a little so they can see.
So you can kind of see. So this is, you may not remember, Stuart, that we did a video on this. This used to be planted in the corner at the old house, in the northwest corner, and I pruned it up to almost have a bonsai kind of quality to it. This was just a round boxwood that had gotten overgrown. I put it in a pot and it looks spectacular in this very, very large pot where it's been happy. It grounds the corner. These are all great garden design tips, I think, Stuart. And this grounds this corner, and again, it creates that layering where it goes high, low, and then over here to this kind of little village of boxwood. I need to prune these, but this little village of boxwood that are almost like boxwood balls that seem to be spilling down the hill, and eventually then will spill out into the garden.
I like it.
Yeah, this is kind of garden design storytelling, which I do love. And then since I've got a vertical punctuation point right here, I can have something low in here, and I am envisioning, stand right there, Stuart. Let me get your opinion on something.
Am I looking back your way? Where am I looking? All right, we're turning, everybody.
that I'm thinking what I'm gonna do is just fill this corner with this gorgeous lemon lime Nandina. Now I've got right here, this is Little Bonnie Dwarf Spirea, which will bloom in pink, and it's going, those pink blooms are going to surround, you can see here I've got them placed, they're gonna completely surround this patio. Since these better boxwood were smaller than what I had hoped, and by the way, they're small because this is a brand new line. They're just now starting to grow these. These are those wonderful blight resistant plants. And so instead of doing a hedge, I'm going to do kind of what I think of as a globular hedge. So I will have mounds of boxwood, and then I'm gonna have mounds of this pink spirea. Then I'm gonna have another mound of boxwood, and I'll continue that pattern surrounding the patio. And these over time will get to be about 3 feet. This is Renaissance. They'll get to be about 3 feet. And then I'll keep this pruned low and blooming pink, and I think it will be absolutely gorgeous. And then this will bloom in pink. And then before Stuart, I was a ginkgo. Now I am an Ann Magnolia. Boom. So the pink Ann Magnolia that is right behind you, that's been blooming, is gonna be right here. And over time, it's gonna get larger. And I'm gonna show you an example in a future video of one that I saw on one of my walks. And I'm gonna be doing that, Stuart, in the neighborhood. I'm gonna show you some favorite things as I walk the neighborhood.
Walk with Linda.
But yes, but there's going, walk with Linda. So there's gonna be that small magnolia here, which will be absolutely beautiful when it's blooming in the spring, and it perfectly matches the hue of the blooming red buds. And it's right behind you, Stuart. There's still a few blooms on it in front of the yellow tulips, which are just some more tulips that I just kind of stuck in there.
Just some tulips.
Just some tulips. So I think this is going to be very, very fun. Now, what I have found in my theory of garden design, which isn't like everyone's, some people have said, well, how did you know where all of these plants were going to go before you'd even, come up with your design? It wasn't so much that I knew exactly where they were going to go, but I knew that I wanted drifts of certain plants. Like I wanted a drift of really tough plants, like the orange rocket barberry and the kaleidoscope abelia, and I wanted drifts of those in an area that was going to get lots of sun exposure. So I'll talk about that a little bit later. And likewise, in my mind, though I wasn't exactly sure where it would be, I knew I wanted to have a huge drift of pink. So this spirea, when it's in bloom, will bloom in pink, and when it's not in bloom, it will be a really good, tough plant, evergreen, and a nice textural contrast, because this has a matte leaf, and that matte leaf will look pretty against, sorry Stuart,
right,
I'm sorry, yeah, against the glossy quality of the boxwood.
Absolutely.
So
They'll stay in your hand, didn't blow away.
It didn't blow away, yeah. Today we don't have constant wind, we have gusts of wind, which is very typical for spring. We planted the last of these Yopon hollies. You can see there's lots of twigginess in this one still. I've already worked on this one a little bit, and I think in our next Wednesday working walkabout, Stuart, I'm going to show how I trimmed up some of these.
I like those.
Because I want them to be light and airy. I love the way there is a lot of open and negative space between these different trunks. And over here, I'm going to start encouraging this one and the other one to do the same. So I might put a stake or a spacer in between here to encourage it to grow.
I limbed up some trees in my backyard because of you, and it just changes the way they feel.
Really?
Right?
So how did it change?
Well, I mean, just being able to kind of see through and the bottom not looking so messy is just, it just really makes it look like a
that's
really
the
clean
reason
thing.
to do it. It takes away some of the messiness. See all of this in here. It cleans it out, takes away some of the messiness, gives it
more of an artistic look.
more of an art. Yeah.
Kind of more
and tailored.
natural earth.
And tailored.
Art.
But the other thing is it creates a sense of mystery because you can then look through it into what's beyond. So it's creating some kind of transparency.
It becomes a window is what it does.
It does.
I like all these analogies.
Yes, yes, with a curtain. So this is
Metaphors,
the curtain. And of course I love the red berries in the wintertime. So that was probably my biggest design change, Stuart, was instead of, and this is where you just adapt to what you've got. I've often told people the exact placing of a plant is going to depend on the size and the scale and the maturity of the plant itself. And that's very true here. So, along the brick walk, which I have to say, thanks to Javier, looks absolutely fabulous. Everyone is so jealous that I have you guys to help me. They just wish that they had such competent craftsmen and artisans to help them with their gardens. So I don't take you for granted, do I? So you'll notice that Javier, since he's laid the brick path so wonderfully, now he's putting in a blend of infill that is exactly the same. Can I steal this for a minute? Yep. That is exactly the same as what we used on the patio. And the reason we're doing it this way is because it's not just gravel, but it's also a little bit of dirt. So then some things that self-seed, even though they would self-seed in the gravel, this will help them germinate a little bit faster, I think. And if I want to have things like golden feverview or different herbs and things, and I want them to germinate in between the stone and the flagstone, then that will facilitate that. Meanwhile, Sergio, well, you know what, Stuart? I'm gonna have to take a break for a minute.
Okay.
I'm gonna get a sip of water and we'll be right back.
Sounds good.
So while Javier continues with the brickwork, which is just about finished, isn't it, Javier? We're just about finished. Yeah. Sergio is doing lots of planting. So we're digging big holes, creating more boxwood mounds, boxwood villages in the corner and equidistant up and down the brick line. And he's adding wonderful amendment that has both compost and rich mix in it. Now, some of you have commented, well, it must be nice to have somebody do all this work for you. Well, remember, I left a completed garden that I completely did myself over 30 years and am starting from scratch. And I'm 30 years older than I was when I started that last one. So that other one has helped pay for this one.
There you go.
And these guys can do this work so much faster than I can. Now, once it gets to the point where I'm planting the fun stuff, then I'll help with the planting. I have over here, Stuart, along what I'm gonna call the Abelia walkway, I am planting, I found some more bulbs. It's not too late to plant some alliums, and I'm starting to plant some alliums, some gladiator alliums from Color Blends, and some from Brex also, in between the branches of the Abelia. So that way, when they come up and they finish blooming, the foliage can die down underneath the canopy of the Miss Lemon Abelia. And it's going to be just so pretty and romantic along there. And then these topiaries are going to stay in place. And I think, here's another question of the day. Is it starting to look like me?
It is.
Is it starting to look
I'll
like Linda
answer that
Vodder?
one. It definitely is.
With some of my signature touches. I love the way the porch came into place with the topiaries on it. Some of you have questioned, well, am I worried about the concrete getting dirty and the pots getting dirty? Not so much. That's
the way it goes.
That's the way it goes. If you're a gardener and you want to live this life.
Good. Well said.
Well, yeah, what else can I say? Over here on this side, we finished this yesterday, this brick run of pavers and brick, and now we've just finished it on this side. So on the upper terrace on the hill, this grid is just about complete.
All right,
and then
pause there. I'm going to come behind you. Stay right where you are.
Okay, do you want me to turn?
No, yeah, you can turn around if you want. And say this grid is just complete. And go for it.
So on the upper terrace, this grid is just about complete, and it's been circumscribed by the brickwork and the pavers, and I love the contrast between the pavers and the brickwork, and that was inspired. I wanted to have these urns here, and I wanted to create a plinth or a pedestal for them so they'd be a little bit more prominent, and I didn't want to have to get HP approval to concrete anything in. So this brick is just soft set here with these pavers on top, and they are the perfect framing and support for the urns. So there'll be a set of 2 urns here that used to be along my patio in the front, Stuart, remember?
I do.
Or not patio, porch in the front, the winding wall. And I've got 2 more down here that ideally in my head would already be planted with the same things that those are planted with. And then there would be this run of yellow that would go all the way up to the top. So again, your eye travels, and I am intentionally making it travel from one place to another. Down here, because I think I've told you I'm not going to have any grass, down here we're still going to take out this grass, amend this soil, the slope will remain, and I'm seeing masses of drift roses and butterfly candy bushes and some other things that will cascade down this hill. And then flanking each side of the walkway will be mounds of boxwood that will be a little bit bigger than the tiny boxwood villages I have up here. So this will be a little bit more prominent, and then I'll probably come down here with 2 massive boxwoods to punctuate this corner. So hopefully, I've talked about some of this before, but this will help explain the totality of my vision and kind of what I saw when I bought the cottage on the hill. Stuart, let's go inside for a minute to celebrate some Easter stuff, and then you guys need to go out and get in your garden. Well, we were planting fiends yesterday, and we got a ton of stuff in the ground, including some really important boxwood balls that I'd moved from the other house, and we put them on the corner here between the brick run and the steps, and I think they're really important to establish some visual weight right here. And then I went out yesterday and I found some more yellow pansies so that that whole color moves up from the bottom of the stairs all the way up to the top. So you can see that a lot of stuff is beginning. At least you will see where it's going to be positioned. It's not mature yet. It needs to grow into place so it doesn't look too kind of cluttered and itty bitty. But Stuart, can you kind of see from that vantage
they're
point?
getting a wide look at it.
Obviously, we've done a lot more work on the east side than on the west side because we've got to finish up some sprinkler work over here. And that's because this time of year, sprinkler guys are really in demand. And so I get them when I can get them, and I just try to be patient in the meantime. And as some of you suggested, yes, we do have plywood that goes over that when we're working in the area. But I want to show how these drifts are starting to take shape. So there are kind of intermingled drifts over here that have the orange rocket barberry and the kaleidoscope abelia and some sunshine ligustrum, some fire chief arborvitae, and then I went to Lowe's yesterday and I got some beautiful salvia here, and I think that will look gorgeous when it all grows together and it's in one great big blue sweep. You can see how pretty it looks. The wind blowing through those little purple spires. And then behind that, still to be planted, will be a huge drift. I mean, this is going to be pollinator heaven through here. Is going to be a huge drift of these crazy pink echinacea, aka coneflower. So that will be beautiful. And then once this stuff gets in place and it gets mulched, then I'm going to seed some things. My friend Gail Wynn up in Enid gave me some Cleome seeds. Well, she just gave me a whole bunch of seeds. And I'm going to be scattering them in very specific areas. We replanted, or transplanted rather, the magnolia. I think I had talked about it before, but it wasn't in place, and it is now, and I cannot wait for it to grow up and become a small tree.
Look at that.
And then these are those pockets, little villages of better boxwood and the spirea. Now, once we get some rain and temperatures are consistently warm, this stuff is all going to grow very, very quickly, or at least the spirea will, and I will have something of a hedge here before you know it. So it's not as mature as I would like, but that's okay. You have to be a little bit patient, don't you, Stuart?
Patience is key.
Patience is a virtue. And then this every time I'm doing a design, there's one part that really surprises me in such a fun way, and this walkway that will go around to the west side, this is the one.
It does look good.
This is the one that is really surprising me, and I have dubbed it the lemon walk because it's all going to be lemony plants. I've got this gorgeous lemon lime abelia, or Miss Lemon abelia, lemon lime nandina, and this is all going to be lemony plants growing through here. I've planted some purple gladiator allium that will come up through here.
All right, where are we going here, Alan?
Okay, keep going.
Hold on, no. Let's tell them what this is again, since I'm just.
I'm sorry. This is Miss Lemon abelia.
Good job.
And you can see it is going to be in a rhythm and repetition across this walkway, and then I anticipate some kind of minor bulbs will be planted here next year, maybe some ajuga in between the stepping stones, and then in the back, very much in want of water right now, are some Moonlight Encore azaleas that will get about 4 to 5 feet high. So this whole area this time of year is going to be in lemon, yellow, and white, and I think will be very, very pretty. And then even though it's short term and they don't look exactly the way I want, nevertheless, I want to share my huge pots of tulips with people. These were ones that I potted up at the other house and brought over here.
Bet those were fun to move.
Yes. These were these were not fun to move. No, but the guys, they're so strong, and it's very helpful to have strong backs. So, still waiting for the liner. I think I've already mentioned that. So, Stuart, what do you think? I think we need to go inside.
I think is it time to
and
to
even
Easter
though you guys will be watching this on Easter Sunday, it's not Easter yet today, and you can see how I've got my Easter table set.
All right. There better be goodies in there.
Okay, I'm gonna leave my pruners out here. Shall we go in?
Mm-hmm.
Well, welcome to my Easter table. As I said earlier, you'll be watching this on Easter, but for me, it is still 2 days before. And it's a very intimate setting just for Hubs and myself, because later in the day, we're going to be going to an Easter party within walking distance in the neighborhood of some friends who do a roasted lamb and have a big crowd. So that should be very, very fun. Here, I'm going to be making baked eggs with spinach and a cream sauce, and I'll also steam some asparagus. That's what's going to be on the menu, in addition to this lemon roll cake, which I think looks scrumptious. I did not bake it because I still have to get my oven calibrated. Stuart, you might help me with that.
I think so.
But I think it looks very, very yellowy and sunshiny, which is basically the muse for my tablescape today. It's all about yellow. And I don't have a lot of Easter decorations that I put up over the, put in storage after Easter, because they're all in pastel hues typically, and that isn't the color theme that I have going in my interior decor. So I don't have a lot of it. What I do have tends to just be white china, and I get out these wonderful candlesticks that are spring fresh veggies that not only work for Easter, but they work for spring in general and into summer. And I'm going to show you a couple of hacks about this one vase arrangement that I've got right here, filled with clippings from the alley behind my house.
That's pretty cool.
So these are all clippings with the exception of the flowers. I've got just a couple of yellow tulips that you guys have seen in bloom in the pots outside my door. And going strong for, I think maybe it's been a month now, are some of these yellow and kind of rose-tipped dianthus that I pulled out of an arrangement that was finally past its prime, and I just kind of put those in there. I think they're very sweet, along with some cuttings, as I said, from the alley behind me. And also, the other day after our windstorm on one of my walks, I noticed that there were a lot of downed branches that had this kind of budding foliage off of it. So on my walk, I picked them up, brought them home, and immediately put them in some water. And I'm going to guess that even though I didn't bake it myself, Stuart is probably going to want a piece
Yes.
of this lemon roll.
And I thought you were asking me to help with the oven earlier. I was talking about the cake.
You were helping with cake.
Yeah,
Well, you
so
can.
I'll do
I'll tell you
both.
what. You help me with the oven, and then you can help me with the cake.
That sounds like
But
a
I think
plan.
it looks really sweet on the green. This green glass. This is a green glass cake plate that belonged to my second mom. I have it in this size and one it's a little bit larger. And I have just decorated the lemon roll with some fresh mint sprigs.
It was a nice touch.
That I also got on one of my walks because it was running rampant. It had jumped the bounds of someone's garden and was running rampant across kind of a parking lot area. So I clipped some of that to bring it home because sadly I don't have my own herbs yet. And then, do you recognize this bottle, Stuart?
I was going to ask.
This is one of those wine bottles that I got. I don't remember the name of the wine, but I got it at Trader Joe's. And I love the way it looks as a water bottle. I keep these in the refrigerator now. I always then have access to cold water, and I think it looks very elegant. Now, someone, I can't remember who, but one of you made a great recommendation, and that was, why didn't I use a cork in here instead of this screw-on?
Even classier.
Yeah, be classier, except that I didn't like the rim, the ridged rim exposed.
I can see that, I guess.
And so in this case, if it didn't have that ridged rim, I probably would have used a cork, but I so appreciate the detailed thinking of whomever brought that to my attention, and please, in the comments below, let me know. So I think that's really fun. I will bake my eggs in these little dishes that I got at a thrift store. More about thrifting later. And then also another tip from Trader Joe's. This wine, sparkling wine, Blanc du Blanc, was recommended to me. It was $6.99 a bottle, and it was recommended to me by a new friend of mine who is a sommelier. And she said that this is really, really good and would be great to have on hand for the summer. And lots of my lady friends like to drink sparkling wine. Stuart knows that about them, don't you? So there's just a couple of tips. And then I have, oh, and by the way, these bunnies were thrifted. This sweet little bowl holding the jelly beans was thrifted. And then lastly, these wonderful placemats or linens. These were a gift to me by my daughter-in-law's father and his girlfriend, and I absolutely love them, and I'm just mortified thinking that I have not written her a thank you note for these. So if you are watching this, Veronica.
Hey, there you go.
Veronica, I absolutely love them, and I actually have been saving them for my Easter table. So I think it all came together really, really well. Now, speaking of thrifting, let's get up. Oh, Stuart, my goodness. The most important thing,
wow.
I didn't show my new table.
Well, you did, but you didn't.
But I did, but I didn't. So this is my new dining room table from Lit Fad, and I've only got it set for 2 today, but it can seat 6. I've got another chair that sits at the end, and I really love it. It is just perfect here, and I think it looks great with the blonde wood floors. And then probably my most favorite thing I have ever bought off of Amazon is this bench. It looks like it matches the table identically. It's got this kind of seagrass seat to it, and there's cushion underneath it, so it is eminently comfortable. I will put a link below, but I love the way it looks, and I love its portability because I can move it into the living room if we have additional guests, or into the parlor rather, if we have additional guests, and I can move it out of the way if I want to do exercises or things right here. But I digress. Stuart, let's talk a little bit more about thrifting after we talk about this absolutely gorgeous flower arrangement. Now, you will notice that this has a number of fragrant oriental lilies in it and a couple of Asiatic lilies. These all came from Trader Joe's. This is just 2 bunches, and I would say in terms of value for your money, lilies are probably the best value for your cut flower money that you can spend. And then I just took some more tree trimmings that I found on my walk, and also from the alley behind. And then when I would find some that still had seed pods on them and a little bit of coloration to them, I added those and some branches, and I think it just looks sweet. Don't you, Stuart?
Very much, yes.
Now, this is in a thrift store find. I've had this for a very, very long time. It's just a glass vase. One of my very favorite things to buy when I go thrifting, and I got this at Goodwill, I don't know how long ago, but Stuart, recently I went to Goodwill, and I was looking for something very specific, and that was, I am loving as a signature touch to my kitchen, always having a really massive arrangement on the corner of my island. Now, obviously it gets moved when we dine here, but I love the drama of it, which is another reason that the area alongside it is a no drop zone. So I like for it to always be clean and clear, don't I, Stuart?
Yes, you do.
I mean, yes.
I think I've done pretty good with this.
You've done very good with this. But I'm on the lookout now for really large containers that I can use on that corner, and voila, I went to Goodwill yesterday, and by the way, my Goodwill has had a huge makeover. It's now kind of a boutique Goodwill, and I noticed that even with that, the prices barely went up. So I found these really large glass containers, so I can see this filled with citrus fruit and greenery. Look at these. These are marvelous. This one had a tag on it when I got it that said Troctas. Troctas is a very, very well-known florist here in Oklahoma City that has been here for years and years. This obviously was used for a flower arrangement that was very dramatic and massive. And then I love
I like the smoky one, right?
Yes. And these were This was $5.99 and these were $8.99. But this one, I can just see it at Christmas time, I think filled with greenery and red and then maybe used as a lantern.
I was about to say, you put some light in there.
Yeah,
really
put a pillar candle in there. Won't that be fabulous? Yeah. I love it. Now, back to the table. So I got all of these at the thrift store. Now, back to the table where I'm going to show you how using a thrift store find like this, I got these at a thrift store, you can really transform any candlestick into a vase. So Stuart, let's go back to the table over here, and you can see how I did just that with this asparagus
that makes sense now.
Candle holder. So in essence, while I won't take that one apart, I will take this one apart, and all you do is just insert that into the candle holder. It could be a brass candle holder, it could be crystal, whatever, and then you put your flowers in it, and it's especially, I think, beautiful if you get flowers that kind of cascade over the side. But I do like the way you can see some of the stems in there.
Is that made for that?
No. Well, this is, yes, I take that back. This is made for candles to put in different kinds of things, because then you could put like a votive in here and you could set it into I can't remember a candle cup. You could set it into any kind of candle holder, but why not use it as a vase?
Why not? It makes total sense.
Why not try? Why not try? So even though my tablescape is simple this year, we're not having a big crowd, Hubs will be thrilled that he gets a breakfast at all on Easter while he is awaiting the party later in the afternoon. But I think it all came together very inexpensively, a lot of thrift store finds, and of course always adorned with beautiful things from the garden. Happy Easter, everyone. Well, I'm so excited because today I think this is really my first official Wednesday walkabout, and I want you all to come along with me. If you're new, welcome to the Wednesday walkabout that we do once a week, and I just kind of give you an overview of what is going on in the garden. So I feel like this is my first official one, and I'm looking to see what's happening, and look at this, I'm so excited. If you have followed me for any length of time, you know one of my very favorite things is when seeds begin to germinate in my garden beds. And earlier, I think it was last week, not even a full week ago, I scattered some cleome, some verbena, some minoan lace, some different plants from my friend Gail, and I already have germination, and I am thrilled. That's one advantage of it being a little bit warmer than usual this past week, because the soil warms and then that really speeds up germination. And what I've always found anecdotally is that when seeds germinate in my garden and I face south, so it was true at the fairy tale house, it's true here at the cottage, that seeds tend to germinate from the north moving south for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. So that instructs me as to where I should start kind of looking. You can see here's an allium that I planted late, but it is coming up, and it is going to do what I'm hoping all of these plants are going to do in this section, and that is have a very cottage garden feel to it. And by the way, you guys need to pre-order. I think it's available for pre-order. My friend Klaus Dalby's book, I wrote the foreword for it on cottage gardens. So it will also be very, very helpful to me. But I'm thrilled that even though it's been very windy, all of this agapanthus, the indigo frost, it's just standing up to the wind beautifully and contributing to the vibe up here on the upper terrace that I have tried to describe in words. And in my head, as I was planning my design, those words were hovering, fluttering, cascading, and I love that, and kind of billowy. And so these things are doing that. So I've already seen so many pollinators hovering. There have been so many sphinx moths that look like little hummingbirds already, and I just love it. Look at all of these new buds on these Southern Living agapanthus that you guys can order, and I'll try to remember to put a link below. And we also officially, it took a while to get here, but Stuart, we officially got our Encore Azalea and Southern Living sign.
It's official.
That this garden was brought to us by. One comment that you all made is you were surprised that I didn't have more sedums or more succulents in my garden. Well, this garden is far from finished. It's basically just the shrubs and some of the larger Southern Living perennials that are in place, but I have much more planting that I'll be doing on my own, including some succulents and some sedums. Amongst them, there's a little bit better of a sample right there. That is a Pure Joy.
Let's be honest.
What?
Is the garden ever finished?
The garden is never finished.
Never finished.
Especially a new garden. But that's a beautiful Pure Joy succulent that I had overwintering in the greenhouse, and a lot of those plants are starting to go in the ground. I divided some of it up over here, and there's a little tuft of it, and this will spread really easily. And then I can just pinch off a piece, which will make the original plant bushier. And then I can just stick that little part that I pinched off into the ground. Take a couple of the leaves, pinch it off, put it in the ground, tuck it in its little bed, and then, yes, science, propagation, and then I'll have a little village of this Pure Joy. I want to get some sedum autumn joy in here.
That was such a cool sentence.
What's that?
I'll have this little village of pure joy. Is that what you just
I'll
said?
have that. Yes, I'll have a little village of pure joy. Yes, I love that. I love that. A friend of mine said that some of the boxwood dollops, actually it wasn't a friend. Well, it was a friend. It was one of you. It was a follower, and I love this. I'm sorry I don't remember your name. Put in the comments below if it was you. When I was talking about the dollops of boxwood.
Oh, yeah.
That I put in the garden, she said, well, those are like the suburbs. Those are the suburbs to the boxwood villages. I loved that. I loved that so much. Another thing that I planted in here that came out of the greenhouse was I had salvaged some of this Joseph's coat, this chartreuse Joseph's coat, which will perfectly mimic and color echo the sunshine ligustrum. And you can see it's already, I pinched it back pretty hard, and it's already putting out all sorts of flushes of new growth. And next week, it's supposed to really cool down, and maybe we'll get some rain. And if so, this stuff will take off. Yesterday, I went to the farmer's market, and I got a number of plants. Amongst them is more of this Joseph's coat. And I'm going to provide kind of a border of this beautiful lemony chartreuse color up and down the brick walkway. But that's the only tease I'm going to give you about what I bought, primarily for the window box. Because this Friday or Saturday, we're going to put up a whole thing on the shopping expedition, what I bought, and a little bit more info about the progress of the window box itself. You can see that I have pretty much, at least in this area, to about there, you can see the line of demarcation where I have mulched with the Happy Grow and gravel combo, and where I've not yet mulched. And that's something that I'm doing on my own. I'm not going to have help for a little while, so I'm going to have to be doing that on my own. So I've got more gravel in the wheelbarrow and more Happy Grow mulch. And make sure to stay tuned on Sunday. because Jennifer, who I believe she worked at Lowe's, she gave us some inside scoop on the Happy Grow and why it's discontinued in some places. And she gave us just a little bit of inside info about why you may or may not be able to find it in your area. And I'm going to share that on Sunday. Thank you, Jennifer, because people were asking for it. If you hear this, Jennifer, please comment below, because I think it's going to be so helpful to all of us. So that's kind of what's going on there. I'm so thrilled because so many of the buddleias, of the blueberries, pretty much everything was really looking like it had some sunstroke. It was a little, just wind tattered. And now it's starting to really perk up. The leaves are becoming turgid again. I'm getting lots of blooms on the buddleia. And look at these blueberries, Stuart. Look at these blueberries.
Got to reverse.
They're really getting big. And look at the sweet blueberry blossoms.
Can I eat them yet?
The white, no, you cannot eat them yet. Don't you dare touch them. See the beautiful little white blueberry blossoms that are transforming into blueberries. There's some there.
Let me show them these right here real quick.
Yeah, and this is the first year. Plus, look at all of this new growth that's coming out. So obviously, so far at least, it is liking its location. And I did give it some berry tone from Espoma, which will kind of acidify the soil, and it seems to be responding to that. There's all sorts of new buds coming out on these barren canes right here.
Happy.
Can you see that?
I gotta get closer.
Yeah,
I don't know the garden yet.
Yeah,
so I'm afraid
I know. Step. Okay,
the
can
old
you
garden,
see that?
I knew where to step.
Step.
Put your hand behind it so it focuses.
Yeah, can you see right there? Those little tiny.
There it is.
I should know that to do that. But look at all that new fresh green growth. This is it takes the cake. Love these names. It takes the cake. Rabbit eye blueberries. You can order those from Southern Living also. And then these indigo frost are starting to bloom over here, and I just pray I can get them to perennialize. So that's very, very fun. Another update from before, you can see where I've still got some mulch to spread over here. I've got to shovel down because I stopped. Shovel down because I kind of stopped.
But look at the nice
mid-spread.
Oh, don't tell me.
What's that?
The pink flowers.
Oh, the angel wing begonias. Those probably are not going to stay there. Those overwintered.
It's adding some pop of color over there right
Yes, but I think I'm probably going to do something in my color palette that I discussed that you guys helped me decide on, the yellow and purple and white.
I just said it looks nice now.
But that's where that focal point is going to be. Poor Stuart, my brain works faster than
everybody loves it. No
can keep up with. So I've got more tidying up to do over there, and I've planted all of these white wedding hydrangeas, which will be this gorgeous, I am anticipating in my mind, this gorgeous banquet of white wedding hydrangeas that will be blooming in front of these dark green hollies.
Oh, there's more over there.
And white wedding.
Holy smokes.
The tag says full sun, so this is going to be a real test for them.
It's kind of my second favorite to Tara.
What's that?
White wedding.
White wedding, yeah.
Tara being my favorite.
Tara being your favorite. But white wedding are beautiful, and what I like about them is they bloom later. So they'll bloom a little bit later than some of the other hydrangeas and after some of the other spring bloomers are finished. So on Sunday, I'm going to show you on this side, because I haven't scattered seed over here yet, I'm going to show you on this side my seed scattering technique, which I think will be fun. I want to give a shout out also to, is it Deborah? I apologize. There's so many comments with so many different names, but put in the comment below, and you guys make sure to read the comments, because you can mine so much great information. So someone had noticed that that it looked funny that the base of these pine cones seemed a little bit too small for this outtake or this bit of porch that projects out, and it needed a transition stone. And she suggested that I put one of these pavers here, and that's actually what I had in mind. It's a similar technique that I had done at the other house, but I just had forgotten to do it, and I just hadn't done it yet. And she had such a good eye that she reminded me. Otherwise, I kind of would just look at it and in my mind think I'd already done it, and I hadn't. But I think this makes a beautiful transition stone for these pineapples, which I adore. And Frida the frog really seemed to like it too. She approved. So
I saw a few people liked Frida.
yeah, I think Frida is our little garden mascot. Do you pet frogs?
Hey.
You kiss them. I don't know if you pet them. Here, Stuart. This might be our thumbnail shot. I'm kissing the frog.
No, not a prince yet.
I know, I'm a little corny. I apologize.
Yeah, again, we love it.
Hello. So that Miss Bonnie Spirea is also starting to put out tons of new growth. And so this is going to be in my head, this little fluff of a border. So there will be Boxwood Village that goes into pink blooming spirea, Boxwood Village, pink blooming spirea, both really tough plants. This is some of the new boxwood, and I think it's going to just be thrilling. I think, and this is my question of the day, and I really want your input. So I still have a lot of real estate down here to cover, because I think some of you doubted that I'd be able to find a place for all of these Southern Living plants. But oh no.
Yeah.
A new garden is a thirsty garden, and it's soaked up every one of these plants. So you'll see over here
Hold on, let me get over there without running
that
into stuff.
I've got, can I get out of your way,
You're
Stuart?
good. You stay where you
And
are.
by the way, the noise, I don't know if you can hear it
It's
or
not
not,
bad.
but the noise
They can
across
hear
the
it.
street is they're putting in a pool. So this whole area still needs to be filled in. And I am thinking, I think of this as my autumn corner, as my fall corner. And I'm thinking about continuing, because if one thing works, do more of it. And I love the way the orange rocket barberry is looking, especially with the sunshine ligustrum. So I'm thinking about putting more orange rocket and sunshine ligustrum down there. Let me know your thoughts on that.
I vote yes.
You vote yes. I think it could be really beautiful, and in the fall, spectacular. And then with the leucanthemum, which is kind of a form of a chrysanthemum, that coming up, I kind of just envision this to be my autumnal corner. So I think it'll be beautiful, and I think that's what I'm going to do over here. So Southern Living, if you hear me, I may, I might also put some Obsession Nandinas in there. And yes, it is very nice to be provided these plants by Southern Living, though I've bought my share of Southern Living plants as well. And they just perform so beautifully. Another viewer commented, this is all about viewer comments today, Stuart.
Good.
Somebody commented that this Anne Magnolia, Anne or Jane, is going to get too big for the porch, for the social patio. Well, I hope it gets big. And if it does, then what I will do is what I like to do best, and that is prune up some of the lower branches so then it branches high and will provide a little bit of privacy and shade. And look at all of these new buds on here, Stuart. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Makes me happy. The texture of that, it just makes me happy. That may have been where the flowers were, but it has really done well in the transition in moving it. And I was somewhat nervous about that, but it seems to be doing very, very well. I also planted some seed, and I do need more pavers, because one of the things I want to avoid is compressing the soil by walking on it. And I'm going to try to avoid that. So I need more pavers.
Yeah, I need places to step, that's for
yes,
sure.
especially Stuart needs places to step. One thing that I seeded around the border also of the social patio was some of that charming golden feverfew that blooms in gold and almost looks, a lot of you asked if I could grow lady's mantle or Alchemilla mollis. That was another common question. And I have grown it in the past, some in pots, but it really just doesn't like Oklahoma very well. So my substitute for that is that golden feverfew. And I am not seeing any of those characteristics. I am seeing a weed.
You ducked me.
But I'm not seeing any characteristic golden feverfew seedlings, which is one of my happiest things to look for. So I'm just gonna be on the lookout for that. Yes, I'll probably have to do some thinning. I may regret plant seeding some of this too densely, even though I take measures to mitigate that. But nevertheless, I just really want that floating, hovering feel over here in the cottage garden. So let me see what else I need to point out. Let's talk a little bit about the Bermuda. So if I have said it once, I've said it a million times, that I reserve the right to change my mind. And originally, both sides, I had also anticipated removing the grass and only having a grassy passage down here on the other side of the sidewalk. But then I decided, as so many of you also pointed out from a design perspective, that I wanted a really beautiful green canvas as a kind of a frame for, sometimes it's a canvas and sometimes it's a frame. In this case, the grass will be a frame to the things that are blooming in the cottage garden. And then what I'm going to do up here is I'm going to plant some villages of those beautiful roses, and I'll probably plant like 3 of them here. So I'll have those mounded, rounded rose bushes, carpet roses, against the mounded, rounded boxwood. I'll do it here, and I'll do it over here. I may or may not put one in the middle. Then I'll make sure that I give it a good clipped edge, which I will show you how to do so that the Bermuda doesn't grow into those flower beds. A number of you have said that in your area, you keep trying to kill Bermuda because it's such a weed. Well, in Oklahoma, it's actually a cultivated bred grass because it derives from Africa, and it can really handle heat and drought. So I've still got some weeding to do, and I'll be staying on top of that. I'm sure that will be a process that goes on for quite a while. We might even put out some more seed a little bit later, but already those runners are starting to fill in. And even though it isn't nearly to the degree of perfection and tailored look that I like, it is nevertheless a work in process. And so I'm going to try to be patient. When this gets finished, I think it's just going to really be lovely. And then with my fall corner, I think it'll be really beautiful. Do you agree, Stuart?
Very much so.
Okay, this is my second question of the day. Do you guys out there agree? And do you agree with my leaving some grass here? And I do now. I was so excited this morning when the irrigation system came on automatically. And yes, we are on some kind of water rationing here. on odd days, odd days on the calendar, those of us with odd addresses can water. And then also those of you who have even addresses can water on even days. So that works out really beautifully for us, and we're constantly on that kind of water rationing. It never goes away. This side is really weedy, but I will do some of the same things with the roses here. Roses up in here. Some of these Oakland hollies really did not like the move, and they're going to have to put out new growth, but that's okay. All in all, things have done pretty well. I need to really clean up all of the brick, but I'll still be using some of it. I've got more weeding to do over here. I'll be planting some more perennials through here, and then camouflaging the base of that. That might become just a bird bath. I'm not sure. I haven't really thought that through completely yet. It's fun to still have decisions that have yet to be made. So, let me also show
something
you.
else too.
What?
Tell them about your shirt.
Oh, okay, I'll tell you about my shirt. But first, I want to show you this gorgeous Swiss chard. You may recall that about a month ago, I planted this from starts. And look how gorgeous it looks in these pots. And it would also be equally as beautiful in the bed. So I'm going to have to incorporate more edible landscaping. I envision maybe some kind of eggplants, bushy eggplants in here. I'm still thinking through that. So Stuart wanted me to show you my new shirt. And by the way, you guys can order this. We'll put a link below. A number of you sweetly told me that you were concerned about the resource for these, because they are slow. I admit that they are slow.
We're learning that too, right?
But we're learning that too. But I think it's worth a wait. So I ordered 3 for myself, and I got them in 3 different packages, but they did show up. And this one might be my favorite. I'm not sure. I love this one. This one was designed by our friend Alex many years ago, and I just really love it. And also, I love its fabric. It's not so stiff, and it's just a little bit more comfortable. It would be great to sleep in and work in the garden in. So I really like that. Have we forgotten anything?
Probably not, but maybe.
Probably not. The window box still needs some more work. The tulips, you can see all the barren tulips over there. They're about done. So these big pots of tulips will move to the back, and pretty soon I'll be thinking about my container gardens. You can see how I've got more of this chartreuse Joseph's coat that will get really beautiful, large and mounded. And I looked through the lens of everything has to be extremely, extremely tough to be on my plant list for this summer, this spring and this summer and into fall. So I have to plant that. I've got a lot more stuff to do. And I can't tell you how excited I am to do it, especially because there's a prospect of rain next week. So to celebrate, I'm going to actually practice a little bit of personal hygiene, and I'm going to go get a manicure and a pedicure today and get my hair trimmed, and things I haven't done in a very, very long time to celebrate. So there you go. There is our weekly Wednesday walkabout. If you've got any questions, just put them in the comments below. Thank you to all of you who made great suggestions, great comments, and also reminded me of a few things that I intended to do.